unsubscribed from your junk mail long ago. It's time, I'm sorry, I only trust about 3 people. Anyway, one of them. My apologies if I managed to hurt your fragile ego. Like I said, I'm the worst. I'm sorry, but you know what I'm not. I almost forgot. Oh, no, don't tell me what to do. Yeah, you don't tell me how to think and live in peace. No, I'm not you. Thank God, back off and don't tell me what to do. Feels like you wanna control me, but you don't own me. So here's an idea. If you are gonna be salty, could you at least bring tequila? Don't tell me what to do. Yeah, you don't tell me how to think and live and be. No, I'm not you. Thank God, back off and don't tell me what to do. No, don't tell me what to do. Yeah, you don't tell me how to think and live and be. No, I'm not you. Thank God, back off and don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Yeah. You've got forever in your eyes, and I've got so much on my mind. I didn't want to waste, I didn't want to waste your time. You've got a heart made of gold. Someday somebody's gonna hold those hands on mine. And I'm only trying to save you in the end. Crying that I didn't lose a friend. I hope to say all the letters that I wrote tuck me away with the stories that we told somewhere in a box in the back of your closet. Now we spin all the records that we played. Don't let these guys make the music play. Please don't throw me away. 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 You've got forever in your eyes, and I've got so much on my mind. Didn't wanna waste your time. And I hope you say all the letters that I wrote tuck me away with the stories that we told somewhere in a box in the back of your closet.
Despite its cutthroat reputation, diplomacy is a game full of complex emotions. On tonight's show, we'll cover two of the most active leagues in all of diplomacy, the Virtual Diplomacy League and the Nexus Press League. And in words you never thought you'd hear on a show about diplomacy, we'll channel our inner Bené Brown and explore the contours of the human emotional landscape through the lens of extended deadline and virtual diplomacy. Put on a sweater, pour some hot tea, and play some Adele. It's time for League Night.
Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring a lot on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bond, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is so. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
If you enjoy watching videos about diplomacy, you're in the right place. Welcome, welcome viewers to League Night, the show where we cover diplomacy leagues and club games from around the globe. In the July edition of League Night, we are going to cover games from the Virtual Diplomacy League. We have 4 games tonight, and we'll be covering 3 games from a league that I'm involved with and having a lot of fun with, the Nexus Press League, which right now is the number 2 league right behind the Virtual Diplomacy League in terms of players and boards. So it's really, really fun time, and we'll be learning more about that in a little bit. But first, let's meet the 2 lovely people on screen with me. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Brian, and I am one of the co-founders of Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I'll also have with me Kevin O'Kelly. Kevin is one of the leaders of Chicago's Windy City Weasels and has been a longtime tournament player and a fixture on the tournament circuit. And Brandon Fogel, my fellow co-founder, and all three of you, both of you are both very good friends. I'm really glad to have you on stream. So, we're gonna have a fun time tonight. And
glad to be here, Brian.
Awesome. And I'd like to thank each of you for joining us as well, especially those of you in Dip Chat tonight. Already see some chat from Chris Kelly and Tommy Anderson. Welcome. I also like these lovely people. And if this is the kind of content that you enjoy, please like and subscribe. This stuff really does help the YouTube algorithm recommend our content to a larger audience. A larger community means more games. More games means we get more content. So in some ways, you're kind of helping yourself by liking and subscribing if this is the kind of stuff you enjoy. All right, well, let's not waste any time. Let's get right to it. We are going to recap what happened last month in the Virtual Diplomacy League. Let's not bury the lead. We've got a new league leader. Tim Crosby had a really big night last month, very solid board top, and at the moment has a pretty commanding lead over the rest of the field with 311.5 points. However, take note that Tim has 5 scores on the books. That means he's played in 5 games. And in Virtual Diplomacy League, only your top 4 scores count. So he will have to be replacing some of these if he wants to go up in score. Compare that to number 2 player Nicolas Taillet, who had another strong performance last month, coming in at 261 points, but only 3 games played. So the next game that Nicolas scores will immediately add points. Christian Brown also maxed out at 257, rounding out your top 7, Jason Bennett, John Anderson, Wes Ketchum, and Roni Mordanov. And I have a typo. I didn't update update. Last month we had a tie, and we no longer have that tie. So Roni should be in 7th place. And on the bubble, Brandon Dix, Bradley Grace, Jason Massbaum, Jackson Roberts, Steve Hogue, Farron Jane, and Christopher Ward. Farron Jane is a new addition to our standings. So coming in last month, it looks like with 2 games, we do expect Farron to, based on the previous 2 years, probably make a late run for the top 7. And of course, in the Virtual Diplomacy League, the top 7 players at the end of the year will compete in a final championship game, the winner of which will be the winner for that season.
Brian, I just have to correct you a little bit on the way the standings work. So your standing score is the sum of your top 3 scores plus your average. Of the rest.
That's right.
So every score actually matters. It's just that that average of the rest score will tend to become more fixed as you get more and more scores.
Yeah. Thank you, Brandon. I have been doing countdowns so much. I was, regurgitating DBNI points rather than VDL. And that's why I have analysts to help keep me honest here. Thank you. Brandon, you've been playing in the Virtual Diplomacy League this season. Last season, you had a rather successful run. What have you noticed about this year? How are things going? Not for you, just for the league in general.
Yeah, we won't talk about how it's going for me. Put that one aside. What I've seen so far this year is that it's a smaller pool of players than it was last year. We've condensed a little bit, haven't had as much of a new influx as I think we were hoping for, and still hope for the rest of the season. But what is left in the slightly evaporated pool is a lot of sharks and crabs, and a lot of pointy edges that get stuck in places that you don't always want. The play has been definitely more, I would say, cutthroat and more unforgiving than it was last year. And honestly, that's a good thing. Brian.
Oh, we muted him. He went on.
The gremlins took over. And,
I am so excited about a new feature that I get to play with on stream that I clicked the wrong button, and here we go. But Kevin, we are going to go ahead and take a look at our top 3 players. Looking now at Christian Brown, what can you tell us about Christian's performance so far in the season?
Yeah, Christian has been improving. He, I think, joined in the first year of the pandemic, so his third full season. He's got the highest among players with at least 4 games in his Capo 4, being in the top 85% all-time in VDL, so very strong stats this year. The efficiency this season alone places him again in the top 85% all time. A massive change in play style, as Christian's overall EFF since 2020 when he started is negative 11.9%. Yeah. So a big change for him this year, and very excited. Kind of one of the points I was going to make about the standings earlier, and we'll get to them. 7th place last year was 317 points. So those early leaders this year are already pushing at the door to get in that top 7. I'm excited to see them keep going.
Yeah, that's a good point. Brandon, let's take a look at one of our regulars here on DBN, Nicolas Taillet.
Nicolas Taillet is one of the sharkiest of sharks on the tour right now. He is a guy who really can't miss right now. It's impressive to watch him go, and his stats bear this out. We don't have the rankings, but you look at that top share of 67%. That's 2 out of 3, and this cap number is great. This is a guy who gets centers, gets them early, and hangs on to them. Keeps growing. His collaboration score is, I'm not sure how that ranks, but I would guess that's decent. His give and take is roughly even. The effectiveness is a little surprising on him. I would have expected that number to be high.
Yeah, that efficiency rate stood out to me also, and I did cross-reference that to see, is that just the nature of only having 2 games in the league? But that actually matches pretty closely to last year's performance as well. So just seems to be that's why we put that stat in style. That seems to be stylistic.
I can tell you, having played, several games with alongside Nicola, I can't say against because I am usually looking up at him. He is very good at getting other people to do what he wants them to do, and so he doesn't need his units to do as much.
Yeah.
And it helps when you have a lot of centers because then you can throw a few pieces away to support the Cubs or whatever you choose to do.
Well, speaking of getting people to do things for them, our current league leader, Tim Crosby, take a look at that collaboration score in the bottom right-hand corner of plus 7.2. That is good enough for the highest in the league of players that have at least 4 scores so far. And it's also in the top 96% all time. So this is a massively high collaboration score. That means that Tim is working with other people. But what's really interesting, he has a silver tongue because the give and take statistic measures a positive is that collaboration that's going on is more supporting other people. The negative means that you're receiving support from other people. So he has one of the lowest give and take scores. He is the lowest of players with 4 scores right now, but that is also low for the league as a whole. So what this to me speaks to is that Tim has done a very, very good job of talking other people into giving him supports, and has managed to take advantage of that, has 311 points. And personally, I'm here for it. I love to see people use different techniques and styles to get their way to the top. That's been one of my favorite things about looking at these stats is everybody has a different way of getting there. And as we learn more about these statistics and kind of get some insight into what they mean, it's been a lot of fun to watch and learn. Well, with that, let's go ahead and take a quick look and meet one of our newer players in the league. We're going to do a player spotlight. Last month, Saren managed to get a interview, and we did not have time to put it on air last month. So this, just when you're listening to it, understand that this is a month old for the data, but it was a really good interview, and I wanted to make sure that we got this on air, and I'm really grateful to Saren, and we're going to meet Bradley.
Hello, I'm here today with Bradley Grace, fresh off his first shared board top in last month's VDL. Welcome to DBN, Bradley.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Would you like to start by telling us a bit about yourself and how you came to play diplomacy?
Yes, so I'm 23 years old and from the northwest of England. I started playing diplomacy about 15 months ago, I would say. I learned from, well, I got recommended a video about diplomacy from YouTube. Quite luckily, actually, I was playing a lot of games like Risk and chess and searching out different strategies for those games. And they happened to recommend diplomacy as something I might like, which is definitely the case. Yeah, so after I started playing, I played almost exclusively in press. Did that for about 6 to 9 months. I was having some success, so I thought, I'll join Nexus and see what happens when I go up against the top players. I did okay. I did well, but made a few mistakes here and there and didn't get where I wanted to. And then jumped right into virtual and have been doing that for the past 3 months.
Brilliant. So you say that you came from press and then got into virtual. What's the most surprising or interesting thing you've discovered since playing in virtual?
Yeah, so I would say the biggest change and the one I've had the most struggle with is just the amount of time you've got to actually make decisions and form connections. Going from 24 hours where you're constantly talking to someone to 15 minutes and everyone's just sort of scrambling to make an ally, or just they've already got friends around. But it's very different, and I've often found that I'm making a lot of mistakes just due to the fact that I've not got time to overanalyze everything. So it's been a lot of adapting and a lot of learning really on just how to move my game from one area, which I think is pretty solid, to another, which I've been struggling in.
You say you've made a lot of mistakes, Bradley, but that was definitely not evident last month in your shared board top with no less than Craig Mayer. So congrats on that shared top. What do you think was the key to your success in that game?
I'll first off say that I was a bit of a Care Bear. It should have been a Soul top, but it is what it is. My key to success was actually just my frustration at failing so many times, actually. I had about 5 or 6 virtual games, most of which are in the VDL, and every time I struggled in one way or another, whether that's everyone jumped on me or I just made a silly mistake that I wouldn't normally make if I had more time to analyze, or I have too many allies and I think everyone's my friend because I'm speaking to them instead of seeing them as their country. I think as my France game there, the shared board, mostly frustration at the fact that I was getting jumped on again. So in the very first move, England to the Channel and to Wales, and I'm thinking, oh no, I've played 5 VDL games and it's just going to happen again. So I immediately went to Craig in Germany and was just like, I will give you the board top. I will do whatever you can. Just get me a decent result. And that, and the fact that England gave Germany opportunities because he was so focused on me, allowed me to sort of wiggle my way in and made that connection. I can be the good alliance player that I have press and just talk with this guy for 10 minutes every turn and not really focusing on anything else. So we ended up just walking together while the East was in complete chaos through no fault of my own. I did no work to make that happen whatsoever. So we just sort of stuck together. And then I think in the very last year, we knew it was the last year. And this isn't something I'm going to fix for my next VDL games, hopefully, if I'm in this position anyway, is we knew it was the last year. And I had an opportunity to just go from London and take Edinburgh with no opposition whatsoever. And it would have been a 10-12 split. 10-12 split instead of an 11-11 tie. And instead, I got an emotional plea of, we've been such good allies. Let's just finish on a shared top. Even though he was guaranteed 11 and I wasn't, I sort of had to make guesses to get there. So I made the right guesses, but didn't take a dot off my ally to actually win the game.
Do you regret that?
I didn't at the time, and then I looked at the scoring system, and now I do. If it wasn't to do anything with, like, there's about a 40-point difference between what I could have done and what I did. Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for that, I would be perfectly happy. I mean, Craig did a great job in that game and sort of saved me and gave me a good result. So I'm very happy to say I'd do it again. But at the same time, I'm looking at the amount of points I missed, and I don't like that. Don't like that at all, to be honest.
That's why that scoring system was made. Open tribute was made to punish Care Bears like you and me, Bradley. We're a dying breed. We got to stick together.
Let's hope that none of the press players who have played with me will call me a Care Bear, because I don't think they will. But in fact, I'm a Care Bear, so that's how it's going to stay.
Yep. Well, Bradley, I very much look forward to seeing you at Cascadia, and I hope we can get that Care Bear Alliance going.
We definitely will. Thank you very much for having me.
There are a couple of things that I loved about that interview. First, Bradley says he discovered this community because he wanted to see how he stacked up against the top players. He mentioned that he was a Care Bear several times, said he should have had a lone top. And throughout this, he mentioned finding a way to make himself valuable as an ally. Brandon, that reminded me a little bit of the masterclass that you were on recently, where you were talking about alliances. Finding ways to make those alliances mutually beneficial. So, Brandon, I'll go to you. What's your take from what you heard there? We've got a new a young player in the hobby. And what's your take?
The thing that stood out to me was that little back and forth at the end, where Bradley recognized that something that felt right in the moment, the sort of easy way out, felt right at the moment, and then he later came to regret it. And that's a sign of maturity. Somebody who's willing to and able to look at their play and try to figure out what they would have done differently. And in diplomacy, it's there's so many different urges going on, like people-pleasing urges, and sort of willingness to or fear of putting yourself forward and feeling like you deserve to have an equal share or even the lion's share of the points out there. And here was a moment where Bradley, like in the moment, sort of shrank from it, and then afterward thought about it and said, "You know what? I didn't need to do that, and maybe next time I won't."
Well, he is currently, I believe, in 9th place, just sitting outside the top 7. We'll confirm that in a minute. That point difference could have been the difference for making it into the top 7 right now. But the good news is it's early in the season, and I can tell just by this one interview that Bradley's got the aptitude and the attitude. So if that growth continues, this may be one of the new players. Every season we've had new players make a statement and burst into that top 7 for the championship game. Got as good as odds as any, for sure, from what I've seen. Kevin, what stood out to you?
Yeah, I'll take the flip side. I think we'll get into this in a little bit. Is taking that Care Bear approach works well in league play. He may have learned that, and Brandon says, and we'll use it more effectively next time. Whether it was in fact used at Cascadia or not, let him be the judge of that one. But there's nothing that says you can't benefit from something you didn't need to do in the moment. Saving some points for later. You can pull out that knife at any time. But once you pull out that knife in league play, the memory of league players is very long. And so taking a positive approach at the start is I'm on your side, Bradley.
Well, I will say all of that sets us up nicely for our question of the day. I'm going to turn this to chat as well as to the analysts. We're going to start out by listening to some thoughts from the analysts, but if anyone in chat has any comments, we'll have Kevin take a look at those and perhaps bring those up and we can talk about them for a couple minutes as well. So today's question of the day is, how does emotion impact the game of diplomacy? And in my opinion, diplomacy is a uniquely human game, and humans are by and large emotional beings. I spent a lot of time today reading Noam Brown's papers on artificial intelligence in the game of diplomacy and other imperfect information games. Fascinating topic. I can't wait till I can go out and have a beer with Noam and just he'll probably be sick of me by the end of it. But what struck me is how much of the artificial intelligence is based off of achieving a optimal outcome. And one of the things I've observed as I played this game is the success criteria for a human is not always driven by score. And there are a lot of factors that can play into that. In fact, just in this interview, we heard an emotional plea at the end of the game. We heard about regret. We heard about people pleasing. We heard about fear. All of these things are uniquely human. And I think that what I love about the game of diplomacy is it gives a sandbox where I can kind of explore these emotions and these feelings and these situations in a safe and supportive community. And I know I've learned a lot about myself and about interacting with other people through this game. So I wanted to kind of turn it over to the two of you. Brandon, I'm going to let you start because I think a lot of these items, I was listening to your masterclass the other day, and I saw some parallels there, but also some differences. So what's your take on this question?
I actually had intended to talk about one thing about how emotion plays into success or failure, but your comments now just made me think in a totally different direction. So we can come back to that in a little bit if we want to. But there's something that is very potentially therapeutic about playing diplomacy. Like there are things that we all bring to conflicts that either work for or against us. And a lot of times, there's a lot of us want to be better at handling conflict, both sort of just dealing with it on a daily basis and also figuring out how to resolve conflicts in a more maybe amicable way, or a way that doesn't make us feel taken advantage of. And diplomacy is such an amazing playground for working through those issues. I've often thought of diplomacy as a kind of mirror on your soul. Like when you come to diplomacy, the way that you interact with people mirrors in many ways the way that you interact with people outside of the game, and the difficulties that you have in we're putting me center for face forward again. The difficulties that you can have figuring out how to work through conflict with people, the different sorts of emotions that come up and that get in the way of your ability to manage the conflict in a way that's satisfactory for you. Diplomacy it will bring those out. And if you're willing to be honest with yourself and to take a good look in the mirror that diplomacy is showing you, you will find things that you can work on. And in that way, diplomacy is a little bit like group therapy. If you're willing to be open to the things that you're seeing, they will tell you what it is you need to work on in conflicts that will pop up in your in friendships or at work. And you can find ways to work through them. It's very difficult. And this is a moment where diplomacy can be excruciating to do, just like therapy can be excruciating. When you get to the truth about yourself, sometimes it is terrifying. And that's where the most real therapeutic work comes. The real benefit comes in if you're willing to look yourself in the eye and see the truth, and then figure out what to do about it. With diplomacy, the thing about diplomacy, right, unlike life, is that there's a score. There are these centers. There's a limited amount of them. We reach the point in the game where there are no more centers. We don't usually reach that point with friendships. So in diplomacy, everything gets heightened. And I'll end with this. That relates to the masterclass that Brian, thank you for pointing out, which is on Brother Board's YouTube channel, I believe.
Yeah.
The thing. Sorry.
Just do a quick plug. Masterclass Sundays on the VDC channel. Natty Schaefer puts that together. I almost always learn something. So yeah.
The thing that I talked about there was about needing to balance your needs with the needs of the other person. So finding alliances that are mutually beneficial, that work like real partnerships rather than simply transactional arrangements. Those are the kinds of alliances that work the best, but they require you to put your needs on an equal footing with the other person's, not putting your needs below them or putting your needs above them. And that's very difficult for people to manage.
One of the things Noam was pointing out in his paper was that so many of these imperfect information games that we love, like diplomacy or poker, liar's dice, that kind of thing, are zero-sum games. And fortunately, life is not a zero-sum game, so that is a little bit different. But I still think there are some parallels that you can learn. And I don't know if viewers even listen or pay attention to the music that I put on at the beginning of the show. But one of the things that I've always tried to do is listen through, and I found not every love song applies, but there are a lot of love songs that can kind of describe a relationship within the game of diplomacy, sometimes good and sometimes toxic. And I always like to listen for that when I'm putting together the pre-show music. Kevin, what's been your experience with emotion in the game of diplomacy?
It's an amazing development. You start out and you're playing, and for a lot of us online here, you're meeting people all over the world. It's not like, okay, so we're going to play like we do in Chicago, where it's once a month on a Wednesday, and then we hang out, at the bar where we're playing afterwards, and we talk about our jobs and the neighborhood and the weather, and it's a different dynamic online. But I think it all still comes down to the single point. And we all start to play this game, I think, because we want to win. And it's the amount of desire that you want to win, I think, that drives the kind of exponential emotional level. Like, players who are going for the win are going to come unhinged at times because their desire to win is going to overtake all of the emotional, friendships and positive, outside the game things that we take. But on that board, you may see your best friend, but you're also seeing the person who's in your way to get the top 7, the championship, the whatever. In league play specifically, it builds over time. You might be competing against the same person year after year and trying to win the same year after year. Ultimately, it's a game. And that's, I think, where it comes down to players who are learning at the beginning stages of their diplomacy career. When you get to the point of you just enjoy the game, and you can still pull out that knife, or you could still be stabbed in the second to last year of a bar game that happened just the other day, where a certain player who I won't name, but he's ranked 6th right now in the VDL standings, unilaterally avoided a deal that he may have made with someone who's talking right now, and we didn't end the game that way because there was a draw vote that was proposed, and someone vetoed it because he was denied a center he was promised. And when you get lied to and you get stabbed, the emotions come out, and you might get a little mad at Wes. I mean, the player who won't be named later. But no, I'm just kidding. You try and get to that goal of how much do you want to win. And I think it really comes down to winning. Ask any world champ, major champ winner who goes into the next one. Yeah, they want to win. I mean, you've heard Andrew Goff on here all the time talk about, I play to win, but there are certain tournaments he's like, it didn't drive as much as I did in prior years. So I think winning, the focus on it is placed too much, and DBN is as much to blame as it. We put the standings up all the time as well. But come to focus. This is a game we enjoy playing with our friends, and we can have some hard times in those games, but at the end, let's just remember we're, building some friendships here too.
So Kevin, I think of you as a bit of an emotional player. I've definitely seen you show some, let's say, anger on over a diplomacy board. Is that something that you have, that you wish you didn't do as much, or do you think you do it the right amount? Are you happy with how that functions for you on the diplomacy board?
Very much so, yeah. It was a fun. So the player who is named Wes Ketchum is a local Chicagoan. He was our Weasel of the Year last year, and he was back on a work trip. And so in Chicago fashion, we try and host games when players come into town. And it was a friendly bar game. There's no stakes really involved in it. Wes being in a time zone that won't allow him to play too many Weasel games this year is not going to be competing for a championship maybe. So, you think you have an alliance and you have that. I was unquestionably mad, and everyone who is on the board who may join tonight or may type in chat will absolutely say that I was mad after he unilaterally ended our agreement.
Notice I asked Kevin what it was like to express anger on a board, and he immediately started airing a grievance.
No, but you're saying, so the question you asked was, do I regret that? No, I will absolutely not let, if an agreement is made or a deal is made on a board and it was to Wes's advantage, he took an extra center. If some tactics were played differently, he may have lost his board top in that last year, for which I voted no. I didn't have any financial or point stake in the game. If I would have gone down a significantly less amount of points than he would have to have lost his board top if this was a game for playing. And so my emotion at that time was to get an end goal of revenge, which is something we might play.
You think of yourself as in control of these emotional displays, then? Is that right? Like, you think of them as something you're using within the game of diplomacy?
Today, yes. 10, 15 years ago, maybe not as much. So, and I think that, again, comes with the desire of winning at all costs. I think.
Which you feel like his lesson for you. Yeah, I'll say one more thing here. Jake Trotta and I, when we sort of came into the club at the same time as Brian Pravel, the three of us were a little sort of, Three Musketeer troop. And Jake and I, we all three of us like to write about these things. But Jake and I had these discussions that have always stuck with me, where we were looking at that division of skills in the game of diplomacy between tactics and strategy and negotiation. Diplomacy, and we always thought that there should be a fourth one. That we have a little bit of intro weasel squabbling going on. Anyway, we always thought there should be a fourth one in there for self-management. Like when we would grade ourselves at the end of the game, how we did on tactics, how we did on strategy, and how we did on diplomacy. We added a fourth one, how we did managing ourselves, and basically like how the inner turmoil of emotion. How I always thought about it as like something that I needed to control within myself, which probably says something about, how I approach life, rather than something that I needed to hide from other people so that it didn't get out and sort of interfere with my relationships with them. With you, it's different though. I think maybe this is just a difference of temperament. You want to let that emotion out because you feel like you can ride it and use it to your advantage. Is that right?
Yeah, your ultimate, if it doesn't work, like it may work with you or with Brian, it might not work with someone else. If I realize it's not going to work with someone else, I'm not going to use that emotion. I mean, we're all trying to get to our end goal for the game. And sometimes, and to Bradley's point, as a team builder here in Chicago, there have been many games where I have absolutely not strive for that extra center when I could have been pushing a certain way. And that's a different style of play because I'm trying to make sure there's 7 people on a board. So, I'm not saying there's, many club leaders will do that. There's certain in Chicago who certainly never gave away a center, took more than they gave as well. But it's just that's my style of play. It doesn't, I have fun playing this game. It's why I've been playing it for 20 plus years. I don't regret the way I've changed my play, and I look forward to how I'll be playing in 10 more. So we'll see that, and we'll figure it out.
So to close this topic out, because I know that I can talk about this for hours because I have. I think that this is one of the strengths of the game. I think it can also be a challenge within the hobby, and it's easy to focus in on revenge and the visible anger and things like that. But what I really appreciated, Brandon, about the concept of self-management, I like that a lot. I think I'm going to try and use that myself and encourage that, because you can use that emotion, like Kevin's talking about, if you are in a managed way and you're not harming others. And there should never be an instance where that emotion is causing harm. And that I would also put that in as myself as well, because I know there have been games where I've left the table exhausted and just felt dirty about myself, and I don't know what that says about my temperament, but it's usually involves Brandon making bad choices about not working with Brandon, but
yeah, it's Brian making bad choices.
Yes, Brian making bad choices. Yes, but I think that self-management is a great way to put that, because the emotion is a big part of this game, and it is a part that we should play and relish and welcome. But if it is ever harmful to others or harmful to ourselves, or we are not in control, it's the tail wagging the dog instead of the other way around. That is not a good thing for us or for the hobby. So I think I'm going to close it there. Is there anything in chat that
Brian left the whole studio. He is gone.
I think he crashed.
Yeah, that's all right. Here, so we'll put this up. There he goes.
I had enough. So
here we go.
Chris Kelly, the point of the game is to play to win. The stated goal is to dominate the board with 18 centers. I will dispute that, side note.
Yeah.
But because it's a 7-player game, you have to be able to enjoy it even when you don't win. And that is a really great point. And it's one of the reasons I think diplomacy struggles as a hobby to keep people around, is because only one, maybe two people will walk away from each game feeling good about the result, or happy with it, hopefully feeling good about the game. But if you're there, if the results are really the most important thing to you, it's going to be hard to for everybody to go away happy.
Yeah, and I think if you are interested in hearing more about that, there's a great segment on Deadline. David Hood had a panel about playing the game when you're the small player, and should definitely check that out. That was a lot of fun, guys. Thank you. I think that is a healthy conversation. I think it's something I would like to see more of. We talk ad nauseum about tactics and openings and things like that, alliances. But the human side of this game is, in my opinion, even more important, and that is regardless of format, even in Gunboat. So it's definitely something I personally want to see develop, and I think it's an area that the hobby could grow in a little bit as well. Well, if you are interested in growing, the best way to do that is by playing games. And if you want some great places to do that, let's check out these upcoming events. I uploaded, that is not the correct one. Let's see. Do I have it? No, I do not. Okay. Well, I apologize. I failed to upload, but some of these are on here. Obviously, Cascadia and ManorCon are past, but right around the corner is the Virtual World Diplomacy Summer Classic. That is July 22nd to 24th. That will be on the Virtual World Diplomacy Community Discord server. There is a link to that event. Thank you, Kevin. And we also have the Boston Massacre coming up, face-to-face tournament in Boston, August 12th through 14th. European DipCon this year will be at the Swiss Diplomacy Championship. That is September 8th to 11th. SpireCon is a new con in, I believe, Chesterfield. It's in the United Kingdom, and September 23rd through 25th. And of course, the Windy City Weasels home tournament, Weasel Moot, is September 23rd to 25th as well. All of us are going to be involved with that event, and we're looking forward to seeing as many of you there as possible. We also have some leagues coming up, and I can almost guarantee, since I didn't upload, these will be the wrong dates, but I will just give a quick shout out. Nexus Press League is doing events every 2 weeks. So we've got one coming up soon. French Diplomacy League is coming up as well. They are usually playing 1 to 2 events a month. That's a virtual face-to-face event. Tour of Britain just had a game. We'll be covering that one on League Night soon. But that one, I believe the next event will be in September. Virtual Diplomacy League, next event will be August 23rd, I believe. We'll double check that. And there is a new league that I just found out about today, actually. It is a German language league that Robert Schupa is putting together. So I will be making sure we've got links to all of those events in the show notes. I will be adding the link for the German language league. I am super excited about the German Language League. For this hobby to continue growing, we need to grow past the Anglo language bias that is implicit in the hobby, and that will be really healthy. If you look at the fantastic developments that have come out of the French hobby, getting more metas developing around the world and percolating new ideas is extremely healthy for the game, and we are all, through the magic of the internet and virtual format, able to learn from that and bring it together into the melting pot that is League diplomacy. So anything anybody else wants to add for upcoming events?
Weasel Moot, September, come. September 23rd and 24th, I believe, or 24th, 25th.
Friday night dinner, Saturday and Sunday diplomacy, And then my plug was going to be, if you missed it, we had an interview with Alex Mazzo last league night. For the details, I'm going to get the website up in the ticker here in a minute, and we'll get that. That is the
Boston Massacre.
Yeah, Boston, and that's going to be the next face-to-face event. But the biggest plug, really, I mean, anyone who's watching it, within 6 days, we're going to have the Summer Classic. It's the second biggest online tournament, maybe even the biggest, depending on time of year. The Winter Classic was I think smaller last year. Saren Kwok, defending champion, had a masterful run through all of diplomacy last year. Played to perfection in the Summer Classic. So let's turn out. I believe there are 4 Euro-friendly time zones. I'm not sure what that means for Australia, but certainly North American time zones are generally well represented as well. So we'll sign up. It's on that QR code that we just posted. The link is always in the description. That's the big one. If you're going to get in and play an online tournament, it's in the next week. This is the best time to go.
Yeah, and we just released the first edition of the DBNI Countdown Show, and we've got our first look at DBNI standings for this season. But in order to qualify, you have to play at least 2 virtual face-to-face games, and the Summer Classic is a fantastic way to get those games in if you're interested in playing in DBNI in February.
So, hey, just real quick. So Boston Massacre is the next in-person face-to-face. That's in August. And then after that, the circuit comes to Chicago for Weasel Moot, which is Chicago's premier in-person face-to-face diplomacy tournament. It's going to be great shindig this year. We're at a hotel downtown in the Loop. Sabi Ahuja is the tournament director, and we've got a lot of people committed already. So come join the party, and I'd love to see you there.
Yeah, can't wait. All right, well, let's wrap this opening segment up. Let's talk about some predictions. Kevin, what are you looking for tonight?
Stabs. We're in the heat of this emotion discussion a few minutes ago. I want to see lay it all out on the line. No, stab, attack. I don't want to see any 11-11-11s. If there are, I'm walking off the set.
You'll have your emotional outbreak.
Yeah.
Brandon, how about you?
I mean, I played in one of the games, so I know what's coming, and it's going to give Kevin O'Kelly some angina. I can tell you that ahead of time, which I'm going to be delighted to see. Honestly, it's just more of the sharp-edged play that we've seen so far. That's what I am looking forward to in the other games. I know I saw it in my game. But just intrigue and sort of new and strange things.
And I will be really excited to watch what comes out of the Press League. If you have not had a chance to try that out, definitely should give it a shot. Really, really good quality players there. I think every game I've been in has been very reliable, which is always one of the hardest things with the extended deadline format. Games have been competitive but not cutthroat. People willing to experiment and kind of have fun with it. And I've enjoyed very much 2 out of 3 of my games. So with that, let's transition over. And on screen right now, we are looking at the top 10 participants by DBNI score in the July 2022 VDL games.
This is last year's DBNI. I need to convert it over to this year's now.
All right. Well, ignore the rankings, although many of these players, once again, are doing well in the 2022 season. Karthik, Farron, Nicola, Jason, Ed, Brandon, Tommy, Ben, Christian, and Christopher, all names familiar to viewers here on DBN. Definitely looking forward to watching them. Let's go ahead and see our first game here. First up, we've got game 103, and this is Alexia Putelis, and I do not know what these names are named after. So if anybody happens to know that and wants to let me know, I'd love to be able to pass that along.
I think Kevin's on it.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. We've got tonight in Austria, Christopher Ward, England's Ben Kelman, Tommy Anderson in France, Germany, Brandon Fogel, Italy, Nicolas Taillet, Russia, Isaac, who appears to be new to the league. And in Turkey, we've got Debian's own and commissioner of VDL, Zachary Moore.
Yeah, so Zach didn't start this game. It was Tortelloni, whose name escapes me at the moment. I can go get it in a second. But Tortelloni left toward the end of the game, fell asleep, had been, I think, up all night the night before, is what we found out.
And I know that we did not end up with one of the rounds, the first round. So if somebody was trying to stay up for that second round because they couldn't play in the first, I could definitely see that happen. So...
And Alexia is a soccer player for FC Barcelona, Spanish nationality as well. I saw a game later with another soccer player, so Sabi must be going with women's soccer this month.
Oh, fantastic. All right. Well, here we go. Spring of 1901. Brandon, you happen to be on top, so why don't you take the odd years, and Kevin, you can take the evens.
I will, to the best of my ability, pretend that I was not in this game and be as objective as I possibly can.
You know what? Let's do this then. Kevin,
Okay.
You're going to give us the lead for the whole game.
All
and
right.
Brandon, you're just going to fill in with color.
Okay.
Oh, fantastic. All right, I can handle this. So starting in the West, my favorite call-out move is Brandon's to Tyrolia. I want to know if that was known, planned, or a good guess. Otherwise, I like the opening to Yorkshire as my favorite way to open. I don't like going to Edinburgh. I know that some people do. I do not. I'll do that. And then a full-on rush, Channel and Picardy in the West. In the East, it is not Zach Moore, but I will love Zach Moore's Sundstrom opening with Turkey. Turkey had a good run with a certain someone playing Turkey on Wednesday. Didn't get lulled into being slammed on, and that kind of helped with an aggressive opening. So I like that. Bouncing Galatia, and what did Venice do? Just hold? Oh, that was the bounce. That's right. All right, so Brandon, was that planned, unplanned, guessed?
Nickel and I did not talk to each other in spring of 01.
Oh. Did someone pass that along? Did someone pass that along without naming names?
Nope. I felt very strongly from the outset that Nikolai was going to do that.
Boom.
And I preferred not to have him in Tyrolia.
That's so I am curious. Why did you feel that way as Germany? When I play Germany, I usually don't fear an Italian in Tyrolia. And is this more of a player or a opinion about how to play the power?
It's 100% the player. Nicola is somebody who likes to gain tactical advantage, and then parlay that into strategic advantage. And so no, I just had a sense that he was that he was going to want to do that. I wasn't. The follow up from Rome to Venice surprised me. So that suggested that he was interested in an attack on Chris. There was a brand new player in Russia too, so that was a big unknown. So I kind of I figured if I got into Tyrolia, I would help keep the East a little bit, under control.
But you then followed up with it again in the fall. So it clearly wasn't a keep Italy out moment here, but we'll get to that later. I wonder if the Sevastopol move was planned, unplanned, interesting way to keep it for Russia while also gaining Sweden. So that gave Wes a strong start in our game on Wednesday. I'm going to keep referencing that Wednesday game all night long. But Russia pulls up 6. England, Ben comes home because with Tombstone, Tornado, Tommy Anderson, you never know what those units are going to do. Still gets one, which is good. France picks up 5. Italy's at 5. Russia's at 6. This is a lot of growth at the beginning of the game. I'm excited.
The bounce on Sebastopol was not agreed upon. That was just a good guess, I should say.
Yeah.
All right, for adjustments, everything seems fairly straightforward. Kevin, what stands out to you?
Fleet Rome might be the only one I would question, especially with that goofy German army coming south twice. You would think that maybe it is friendly and that Brandon may be fibbing here. He and Nicolas were messaging the entire 2 turns. I don't. I'm going to verify with Nicolas when he wakes up tomorrow morning.
I am loving the aggressiveness in this game. I don't personally love the Tyrolean adventure from Germany. I do love that as Italy. I'm curious to watch how that pays off, but I am absolutely entertained by the action we've got in France, being already in Irish in winter of 1901, and we've got the Turkish aggressively in Armenia, Black Sea. This is a fun one.
Yeah, Brandon. So the question, Brandon, was North Coast. Do you know if North Coast was agreed upon with the German letting Russia get to Sweden?
I asked him if he would build in St. Petersburg. Didn't specify a didn't specify a unit or a coast. So the North Coast was a surprise to me.
Okay. Cool. I got nothing, Brandon.
My favorite thing is, hey, would you please build in St. Petersburg? That would be great. We've got a nice northern St. Pete fleet build, and we return that favor by moving into Baltic Sea. What was the rationale there, Brandon?
It was pretty simple. He was, it was starting to look like AIR, and so I negotiated with Russia for him to take Norway from Sweden. I moved to Baltic here because I didn't actually I didn't trust 100% that he was going to follow through. And I was also, I didn't want to, I wanted to keep Ben as a possible ally option at this point. So.
Yeah, I was going to say with Warsaw to Prussia and all those moves differing. Although, so he in England, Isaac in England must have patched up. Norway supporting Sweden, which sadly moved. So allowing Brandon into Sweden. That is sad. Russia also in the south, Romania. This is a rough. So getting 6 did not follow up on Wes's success on Wednesday night. So Italy moving along. Sorry, Turkey, or really, although I don't know. So with I'm going to see if AI continues. Does Nicolas and Wardy get along, though? I think. I remember them from last year. I think Wardy was on Nicolas' solo board, and I think Wardy was not an ally, but not fighting the fight in that one, too. So that's a good inter-game battle. Tommy makes no progress against England, and Ben is kind of just sitting there waiting for Brandon maybe to help or hurt.
Yeah, let's take a look at our orders here in Romania. We've got Armenia convoyed to Romania.
Support, yeah, so Sevastopol convoys rather than supports. This was an unfortunate set of misorders from Isaac in Russia, and Sweden moving to Denmark invalidated the support from Norway. This was just a really rough turn for Isaac.
Fortuitous for Christopher Ward in Austria. Let's keep this going. We've got another follow-on fleet from Tommy in France. We've got commitment, it seems, in that area. Army Munich disbands the northern fleets. So Isaac choosing to be more angry at the south, it seems. And Christopher Ward is able to build in Vienna. That could be significant. Spring of 1903. What do we see, Kevin?
No progress again for Tommy and his fleets. I'm interested in the battle in the lowlands. Tommy's armies are starting to push up against Germany there, Brandon. So curious to hear your insight into that. Prussia does not go back. Tommy, 3 fleets. Nice. Prussia does not go back home, goes to Silesia, which causes enough controversy with Austria pushing onward, getting into position. Another bounce in Tyrolia. Brandon, I want to hear some insight. So you've got armies coming your way in all different directions. What are you thinking?
This Tyrolia bounce was arranged. At this point, Nicola and I had started talking, and I was trying my best to monitor this AI R and trying to keep it from coming on my backside, while also trying to figure out the West. And here you can see that I fully committed now to an alliance with Tommy, going against Ben. But yeah, Isaac, I think this might have been his first time playing face to face, and I heard an Australian accent. I'm not sure if that's where he's from currently, but just had real trouble sort of consolidating his forces. Here he gets into an AIR, but instead of going back to Warsaw, it goes to Silesia, which keeps him up against the West rather than being able to actually consolidate what he's getting from Christopher Ward. And Christopher Ward goes to Galicia, right? So this is a really topsy-turvy AIR, and spoiler alert, it doesn't work out well for Isaac.
Well, that was going to be like the follow-up on this. This doesn't. I mean, if Turkey's helping Russia into Romania, this isn't AIR. It's AI, maybe against an R and a T, but not RT.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did
Black Sea supported 7 or
Yeah. Thank you. I thought that Chris had supported him in, but yeah, no. So this is just RT versus right. So even more perplexing why the army doesn't go to Warsaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is something that I've it's interesting to me. I think this is the kind of game that for more experienced players, sometimes it can be frustrating, but it also can be a lot of fun because what Isaac is doing is not the expected. So this is creating board states that would not be typical. And so the patterns break up and you are forced to think about the game in different ways. But it can also be really frustrating to, like, I can imagine Brandon's probably a little frustrated with that army in Silesia. Like, please go do something else with it. He'd probably rather a German army be in Silesia. So fall of 1903, Kevin.
Based on Tommy's response to JJ's comment, JJ's analysis is about as spot on as mine is here, or Tommy just is tornadic and won't do anything efficient with his units today. Although, would this help his efficiency stat, or is not moving Irish and English 4 seasons in a row not helpful? France, a 6-unit France here has stalled in the waters.
Well, and let's give a shout out to Ben Kelman for this defense. I mean,
kind of. He just lost. I was just going to say, but he just lost Norway. I mean, Brandon. So we were talking about sweet talking players here. Brandon got him to turn around and say Tommy's going to do this or that or whatever he might do here, and Brandon gets all the benefits for it. Does have to cover Berlin, so it's not a full out. And Isaac, maybe a diplomatic victory here. So maybe the air is where this reconsolidates. So it does help to have some insider information in this analysis.
Yeah, I forgot that there had been an RT reforming for 1 turn. Quickly became an AIR. So
yeah, and
sorry for that spoiler.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. The retreat, which is wonderful. Thank you, Craig. Sorry for Isaac on that, though. Isaac picks up Romania, loses St. Petersburg. The best is the convoy, Albania over to Constantinople with a couple supports, a good convoy there. Usually when Italy is stretching this far out, maybe potentially getting worried, but with Austria's armies kind of running to the line, and Tommy self-bouncing in Burgundy. Burgundy is a French province. When you need to tell Brandon that if he doesn't want you in Burgundy, you just say, I'm going to pick some grapes.
But I think you can see some of Nicolas' mastery of the game here. This is just an exquisite set of moves all over the East for Nicolas Taillet. Getting Chris Ward to focus on Germany here rather than on him, while also getting exactly what he wants out of Turkey, with Russia on side, right? Russia's help is actually quite important here. And it's really good. This is really, really good diplomacy.
Yeah, I was going to comment to the same thing. And Christopher Ward can be a wonderful ally. I've played a couple of games with him. And to have somebody that is a reliable partner with someone as talented at this game as Nicola, it's a really good situation for Italy right now. One thing that I wanted to call attention to is the convoy of Albania into Constantinople. When I play Italy, I don't love that in most cases. However, in this particular case, like, you have to look at every game and what's unique about this situation. With Tommy being so committed against Ben, it will be difficult, not impossible, but difficult to detangle. Nicola will have time to get units from Turkey and respond to any advances that Tommy might make. And that's usually the risk of moving that army into Turkey. So that's setting up a really, really nice place for Italy in this game. In winter of 1903, we've got a fleet in Naples, army in Berlin. All of this makes a lot of sense. We've got a disband in Ankara.
It was not
forward.
what I will say. You know, it was not what I wanted to build. I wanted to build another fleet that turn, but because of the way that the line was forming against me. So.
Yeah, I would be very frustrated in this position because I am not bad enough that I don't have hope, but it's going to be difficult. All right, spring of 04, Kevin.
Yeah, quickly, the fleet in Naples. This was about the time where the French-Italian alliance has to make a decision on where it's going to go, and with that fleet going down, certainly tensions are building, even though Paris does get into Burgundy unopposed this time. Maybe it is with German requests to get there. Nothing for Tommy's fleets again. I think this will be the ongoing. Do Tommy's fleets move? Yeah, Mid-Atlantic does, but Irish and Channel's still stuck there. Ben, I don't know what Ben will not get to keep Norway, of course, but will not lose St. Pete either. So just repositioning maybe to get back home, buys him a turn to put some pressure on him. But Russia's in trouble. Turkey's in trouble. England's going to be in trouble. I have a feeling of how this game is going to progress.
Well, we'll get to that after this turn.
Hey, Tommy, congratulations. You made Wales. Only took you 4 years, but you're there now. The FG is rolling. Norway successfully makes it to the north, which it would have had to have done something anyway, but you're at least closer back to home. Don't lose anything, so decent positioning, but with an army on the Isle now, it's just a matter of time. Italy is just masterful. Ankara, Smyrna with Turkey going to fight the rest of Russia here. It's sad for Isaac. Is this Zach Moore? When does Zach come in?
Later, I'll tell you.
Okay, so Turkey is still fighting, but not fighting to be. I mean, could have held on to Ankara this turn, but instead chose 7 instead of Ank. Sweet talked into it. Just
turning Janissary, and
yeah.
All right. So winter of 1904. This is where we will pick who we like to win this game. Kevin, I'll start with you.
Well, Brandon already knows who wins this game. So, and based on his comment, I'm gonna pick a shared top amongst 3 of the 4 players. That's gonna be a bold prediction of mine, for which I will walk off the set.
Wow. I do not think that's the case. I think Nicola is going to run away with this game. The question that I have for you, for Brandon, I know you are. I'm not going to ask your prediction on this one. In this case, I would be, if I were in Nicola's shoes, I would be extremely tempted to go ahead and attack Austria here. Consolidate my power. It's going to be a lot easier, in my opinion, from this position to get Austrian dots than French dots, especially because there's no sign of German or French conflict there. So My only struggle with that is that Christopher Ward is a very loyal ally, or can be a loyal ally. So the question for you, Brandon, A, would you consider, or would you stab here? I'm sure you'd consider it. And if not, how would you put the value of an alliance with Austria in this position?
It's right on the border, to be honest, and it really depends on how well you think how much you think Austria is going to do what you want. Austria is poised to pick up all of Russia here, right? So that's 3 more dots, and that would put Austria at 9. And Italy they've kind of actually do have a bit of an advantage on France here, because France still has all of their units in the north and needs to be able to get units south and build in order to pick up, form a line. Nicola's putting down 2 units here, don't forget. So, I think that it just depends on how compliant your Austria is going to be. If your Austria is going to let you have an advantage in the alliance, then stick with it. If you think Austria is going to have an itchy trigger finger, then you want to be the one to pull the trigger first.
Right. Winter or spring of 05. In the winter, we see Army Rome, Fleet Naples from Nicola, and everything else looks pretty expected. Anything stand out to you, Kevin?
Yeah, I was focusing on what would be the build in Rome. I don't have a preference. If I'm Italy, I'd probably throw down 2 fleets if I am not stabbing, and I'm throwing down an army if I'm considering. I'm not saying that I would not. I'm not saying I do stab if I throw down the army, but if I'm Wardy and I see that army, my first conversation is we better have a battle line in place.
Yeah, I tend to view Italy as I want to build just as many fleets as the minimum fleets that I need. I like armies as Italy, and I don't always have opportunities to do that. With the 2 fleets already in Turkey, I would do exactly this: the Fleet Naples, Army Rome. I feel like that gives me maximum flexibility.
Fair, but I'm still not happy if I'm Wardy.
Yeah,
that's the risk, right? Is that Austria gets nervous.
All right, Kevin, what happens in spring of 05?
A little posturing with the fleets. Getting into Lyon is tricky for Tommy, but he'll clearly have to deal with it. He gets into Liverpool up in the north, which was unopposed, so that was good. Ben's he's not in too bad a shape. He'll only lose the 1 this time. Well, 2 with St. Pete, but only lose 1 at home. But that's going to be enough to get Brandon. Surprise you? Oh, because you had to cut this. So this is the deal you get there. Moving into Finland, that'll keep that up there. Okay. And offensive Eastern movement with your armies, Brandon. So clearly FG locked in. What's the discussion at this point with Italy and Austria as far as attacking each other?
Very little interest. Wardy is starting to express some concern. Nicola is not. Nicola's starting to look to me like a runaway leader here. He's now at 8, and he's got units to stab Wardy. So I was very concerned about Nicola stabbing here. Wardy apparently not as much.
Yeah, and with Wardy getting, you mentioned it at the last discussion, is if Warsaw and Moscow are both falling here, if he can clear out Budapest and keep Vienna free here, although having to cover Trieste and Vienna, certainly that'll be more difficult here. Picking up 2, you'll only be able to build 1, luckily. So the pressure is there's less pressure on Wardy now with the builds coming. 1 in hand should be okay.
Yeah, really quickly, tactically though, can you just flip back to this is a really simple thing. If you're France, you can't lose Lyon here. This isn't. I don't mean to paint Tommy with a bad brush here, because I don't think when we talked about it, I don't think we discussed this. But like in retrospect, it's clear. Like you can't hold Western Mediterranean, so don't bother. But you cannot lose Lyon here.
Why is that, Brandon?
Because it touches both Marseille and Spain, and it's the place that you need to keep the Italians out of as long as you can.
And while we are nitpicking at tactics, how do you feel about the decision to move Rome to Venice rather than Tuscany here? Is that meaningful?
I think he thought he was going to get in. And so, I think he and Tommy had been having a very good working relationship so far in the game, but now they're sort of at fisticuffs. But Nicola, like I said, is just masterful at talking people into doing things. And I think he just trusted that a little bit too much here, and didn't get away with it.
And then the follow-up to Venice is, if he does get in and Brandon is in Tyrolia, he's able to cover Trieste is what. Right. That's how I saw that order. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it was like, and I'm picking here because Nicola's game has been masterful. That felt a little greedy to me, but we'll see. Or maybe not greedy. Optimistic is probably the better word.
You keep moving back and forth, Munich to Tyrolia, Tyrolia to Munich. I mean, can we go back to 19? I'm just kidding. No, we're good. Yeah. Back and forth and back and forth. I mean, you do get the objective of Austria only being able to build one because he maintains Moscow and Warsaw. I'm not sure if Ukraine thought there was some support coming to Sev. Bulgaria is the key. Is that a stab?
Yeah, that's a stab.
Yeah,
I wished it was.
See, it just. I mean, if it's a stab, you'd think there'd be other. With Tommy, but self bouncing in Burgundy, there's room to move the Italian armies east. Is all I'm saying. Who knows if I don't know agreed or what, but.
Well, I can tell you what we learned was that this was supposed to be the time that that Wardy gets rid of the fleet. So he was supposed to disband it. And when he saw me going back to Munich and Western Med going back to Spain here, he suddenly got worried, finally, that that maybe Nicola had it too good. And so he decided to keep the fleet, which, my retreating to Munich here, it was 100% in hope. Wardy was not happy with me being there. It was 100% in hopes that Wardy would want the space in order to create conflict with Nicola.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Like, obviously, Tyrolia is a great place to be for any power. You've got so much diplomatic leverage. It influences so many things. I get that. But you moved to Silesia also. Like, what is it, defense that you're trying to do here? Like, what's the thought process of doing that?
Yeah, sure. So the Silesia move was to try to keep Wardy from getting both Warsaw and Moscow. And I told him I was doing it. He didn't expect to get into Warsaw. So I was just trying to slow him down just a touch. It was a surprise that it got in, to be honest. He didn't ask me to move it, so I didn't want to move it. The Tyrolia thing, I like to... I value the strategic moves more than the tactical moves. And so I wanted to make a strategic play here. It was basically an offer to Chris Ward to go for it. Here's the space, go for it. In retrospect, I think I should. There are times when the tactical advantage is enough of having a certain position that you just keep it and you try to keep working the strategic play from there. In retrospect, you'll see very quickly that I'll wish that I had stayed there.
Two last comments about those orders. Set is Brandon picking up St. Pete. My guess is without Wardy holding it, it's part of some deal you guys are working on together. That's great. And Ben Kelman gets into the English Channel. Yes, he's pulling two, but enough to be a thorn in Tommy's side possibly. So that may. So as I've been saying, if there is going to be a 11-11-11-1, as I am sadly expecting, I wasn't sure who'd be the third 11 and who'd be the one. I'm more and more thinking that Tommy's going to be the one ground down now instead of Wardy.
Interesting. We will see. Winner of 1905, we see Ben taking the fun option and deciding he's going to play the game instead of just sit at home, disbanding Eddie and London. It's a choice. And we've got, we say goodbye to Isaac. Isaac, this was not the best game for your introduction to Virtual Diplomacy League, but we appreciate you playing. Wishing you better luck next time. This Russia can be a tough one, kind of boom or bust sometimes, and unfortunately this time it was a little bit of bust. And we've got Fleet Brest and Army Berlin. Well, just keep pushing forward here, Kevin.
Venice to Tyrolia probably agreed upon with the Austrian set of attacks here. The fleet in Greece finally disbands, although with I guess Naples then to Ionian to Tunis, and Greece all the way through on to Ionian in the fall will make some sense. Mid-Atlantic to North Africa is probably inconsequential to Spain being lost, and Tommy retreating Irish to Channel, which is great, but Brandon is starting to make the move on the Isle, and I think the Germans will own all of it by the end of the game. Belgium! Yes, Ben swipes Belgium from Tommy. Tommy, I'm not rooting against you, but at this point, it's justice for Tommy, as I see there's lots of justice in the chat. Brandon picking up London, England getting Portugal as well. So England just replaces two home centers with Belgium and Portugal. Maybe Ben can be the one who gets the one remaining. So it's not even Tommy who will get the one now. It will be Ben. This game just keeps getting more and more interesting. Yes, Ionian to Tunis. Greece sadly does not get out. I thought Greece would be the one to go to Ionian. So, but traded for Trieste. All right, fair enough. Probably.
Is it fair enough? Is it?
Well, I would say so. If I were Italy, I would. And if I were Austria, I would prefer to have Trieste than a fleet Greece. Yeah, I think I'm okay.
So, Brandon, I see you making the move into Burgundy here. Did you know that Ben was also making the moves in Portugal and Belgium?
Well, Portugal, I think, was easy to figure out. This was an unfortunate set of moves. Tommy and I talked. I actually thought he was going to vacate Burgundy.
That's why you supported it in?
That's why I supported it in, yeah. The Belgium, it was just another guess that Ben made.
Awesome.
You know, he had Brest had those two fleets either needed to hold in Brest or cover Belgium. And I think, Tommy wishes he covered Belgium in retrospect. But this is a suboptimal set of moves from the FG here. It's clear now that Nicolas was going to put two on Marseille. That didn't seem clear when we first talked about it. And I think that we just should have. This wasn't a good turn for Tommy and me.
Well, you picked up two. He lost three. So let's,
But you said fair enough for the AI here, but you look now, and Nicolas has jumped up to 11, and Wardy is still at 7, right? So this is a small a, capital I.
Well, then that gets back to the question you were speaking to earlier, and obviously you had foresight, but if you've got somebody who's willing to play along, then that's the person you want to stick with. So that's a gamble, and it paid off.
Yeah, and just talking about AI relations here, like it's perfectly reasonable for Italy to ask for that fleet to be disbanded. I don't think it's reasonable to ask for the fleet and a dot. That's what Nicolas asked for twice and got it, like Bulgaria and Greece. So well done, Nicolas.
The old thing about sales is if you got to ask for it to get it. So if he asked and Wardy said yes, then it's a fair deal because Wardy wasn't like, dagger to the back. But anyway, Prussia retreats. Munich is destroyed because it had to be at this point. So They are pushing. So if Austria is then going to get, although Moscow will be safe for a turn, even though it looks like there's dancing supports there. So that's kind of fun. Tommy getting to Mid-Atlantic, so things are at least stable for the moment, but I don't know for how much longer. Liverpool looks to be done this year. Will Ben survive in Belgium? That's my question. The answer is yes, at least for one turn. Lots of supports on Mid-Atlantic here. So that looks to be locked up. I know Peter McNamara is in the chat. I won't even try to attempt stalemate lines because whatever I say will either be right or be wrong, and he will type it correctly. So we'll leave that to him.
By the way, this is the turn that Zachary Moore jumped in.
Nice.
well done.
Hopefully he gets the result.
The rest of the board.
Gets the results of this. No, but this is a big turn for Wardy. He picks up Munich, picks up Moscow. There's so now 11 isn't as much because I don't think Italy picked up anything. Correct? Yeah. So now it's 11, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9 because you picked up Liverpool, lost Munich. Yeah.
So this is getting to the area of the game that is my weaker side, among others. One of my weaker sides, and I feel like the AI I guess the question is, can the West hold back the AI at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have a stalemate line. As long as Paris will go to Gascony.
Yeah. Which it didn't this time, but yes.
Yeah.
For Tommy's survival, I assume Tommy will make the right move at some point. Yeah. That's the perfect pull there.
All right.
You're playing one short, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Berlin is locked, Kiel's locked. Everything is fine there. With him being in Gascony, it nearly seals the deal. You just need people to agree to end it, though.
Keep pushing here.
Belgium! Oh, retreats to Holland, though. Yes.
I can tell you that Ben was supposed to pull this off the board.
Yeah, I can imagine. If I were Ben, I would now, because Ben's survival depends on Portugal. But if I would have retreated to north and then pulled Portugal, was he expecting Belgium to be taken?
Yep.
Okay.
No, I talked about it with him, and he was going to pull it off. And the game seemed like it would end at 11-11-9, and then Ben retreated to Holland.
So this is a moment in the game where emotion could come into play for some players. So I want to see.
So what Ben told me is that he messaged Chris Wardy and asked him if he would be okay with an 11-11-9, and he said, and Chris said no, and so Ben decided to hold on to the unit in order to just have some play.
But that's big for score because a 110 here, go forward to, I'm sure it's the same score, right? Yeah. So 110-63 is a lot different than whatever a shared 11 is, right? I don't know. We'll get there.
Shared 11-11-9, I think would have been like 82 points, something around that.
Yep.
That's, if I were Nikolai, I wouldn't be okay with that either.
Yeah, but Nikolai wasn't. Nikolai was. So I can tell you a little bit more behind the scenes that will give some insight into what happens here. Is that I was pushing Wardy to ask for a share of the board top, and Wardy had been resisting for a while, and finally got Nikolai to agree here. And the demand was that Nikolai would give up Bulgaria, and I would not take Holland in the fall.
And
I do not.
He didn't take Holland in the fall.
So we are now at 10-10-10. Three-way shared board top.
Well, I said I would walk off only if it was 11-11. You are blessed. You are blessed with my presence, at least for the next game.
So, I mean, Brandon knows. Kevin, you're saying it ends here?
Only if Ben wants it to end here. I think everyone else on the board wants it to end here, but Ben's the wild card at this point.
What does Ben have to play?
Just for fun.
Okay.
And that is part of an end game that you get as being alive on the board. You are as much in control of when a game ends as when it doesn't. So if you want to keep tinkering and blame everyone else on it, you know.
All right.
Or Brandon says, forget that. I don't care what you say.
Okay. No one else is here to speak for themselves, so I will not make any claims about what I did. But what I will tell you is that nobody, even after the game, fessed up to voting down this draw.
See? And just saying.
So the draw does not pass. Wardy has a reaction to that, which you can see, which is yep.
Wardy's willing to make sure Nicola gets board top if the game is not going to be a shared top.
It was clear at this point that the game would end after this turn by time limit, and Ben Kelman made sure of that actually by stretching out his every retreat and build to the full 5 minutes. But Wardy was, stuck up for himself, and then decided that he only had one card left to play, and this was it.
Wow. So we've got. Wow. So the game ends with 13-11 instead of 10-10-10.
Well, hang on. Do you know this is going on during your spring turn, Brandon?
Do I know what?
So go spring 10. You know what's happening in the South as you're.
I mean, Wardy. Wardy and I had a conversation, and at some point I said, I thought the whole thing was fun. I thought it was cool that somebody thought that the game should continue. And just because it was weird and interesting, right? And so I made that comment to Wardy, and he interpreted that to mean that that I was admitting that I had voted it down. And so he decided that he seemed like he might do this. I was hoping against hope that he wouldn't, but
yeah, I mean, and maybe Nicola knows that, and Nicola votes it down because he gets the board top out of it.
That's the thing about this situation, right? There are lots of people who actually have something to gain by voting this down. I think Wardy's probably the only one who doesn't have anything. For Ben and Tommy, both of them are likely to survive no matter what, right? So from their point of view, do they have a specific vested interest in what happens next in the game? Or do they just want to see some crazy stuff happen?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I will say this is a conversation I've had in the next press league, which we're going to go ahead and do that game next. The conversations about arranged ends, arranged draws, and I don't care for them. And I don't mind if it happens that way. Let's play it out. And if that makes sense, that's fine. But I would much prefer, hey, you're my ally. Let's go. We'll put ourselves in a race situation, and hopefully I can play it to where I get the upper hand in that race. And if you want to race instead, that's fine. I don't know. But what's been interesting to me as I've been playing, that's been offensive to a couple of people that I've talked to. And I was kind of surprised by that. And I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I just think it's interesting. It's a different way of looking at it. And for me, I would be the player that would be tempted to, especially if I was in Nicola's place. No, I'm gonna veto that draw. I want to see if somebody else gets upset and there's some chaos that I can take advantage of. Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why I answered the question the way I did. You said, "Is the game over?" Because it's it's getting to a shared draw, and I was like, "No, people want to play, and I want to know who did it now."
Yeah,
we all do. We all do. I have to say, so Craig Mayer put that you put his quote up there that this is why private veto votes are sacrosanct. I actually really agree with that. This was a fun that happened in this game that just couldn't happen with a different draw vote structure, and and I actually really respect people not admitting afterward what happened, right? I want to know. Everyone else wants to know. Everyone else wants to see the person admit it. right? But like, maybe 5 years from now we'll be hanging out at a con somewhere and like somebody will fess up. That's kind of cool, right? That's a moment that that like I'm glad for the hobby to have.
Yeah, well, it's like when you are playing poker and hey, show me your hand. No, I'm not gonna do that. So, awesome. That was a fun game. I know, Brandon, you said it was frustrating with how it ended, and I can see from your perspective why that would be. But for all of us, thank you to the players for a fun game. And thank you both for joining us for these early games. We're going to mix up the order a little bit just to help with some scheduling. So Brandon, Kevin, we're going to give you a break, and we are going to move to our feature league, and we're going to go see the Nexus Press League. So welcome to the stream, David Hood and Sabi Ahuja, and say farewell to Kevin and Brandon. Sabi, David, welcome.
Hi.
Hey there, glad to be here. And thank you so much, Christopher Ward, for sabotaging Brandon's score. That is outstanding.
We are all grateful. All right, let's transition over. Sabi, would you mind? I'm going to go ahead and put you in the spotlight. Would you mind introducing the Nexus Press League? Tell us about the format, how it's scored, how the rankings work. Just kind of introduce the league to those that may not be as familiar with it.
Okay, so the Nexus Leagues is a press league where we have a very different formats of games. There's our normal games, which are 24-hour turns that go up till winter 1915, and it's press 24/7 and whatnot. And then there is our special ones where we have things like random end dates or no end dates, or we do right now currently have a game where it's partners. So you have two players playing one power. So they have to do press as a group with everyone. So we have partner diplomacy, and we also have different forms, and it's for every skill level. It could be from, like, we have players who have never played press who are in this league, as well as like people who have won extended deadline championships and whatnot. So there's a good amount of talent, and there's games every 2 weeks. Every Monday there's a new waves of games being launched.
Yeah, and I know I personally have played in, I think, 3 games so far and have had a lot of fun. Really, really good balance of competitiveness and good-natured fun. And I think that's what I desire in a league format. If I want to play a cutthroat environment, I'll go find a tournament. And with the league, I like the competition that helps keep me motivated and engaged. I want to have something I'm playing for, but at the end of the day, I'm having a good time hanging out, playing a game with some friends. And that's the spirit that I've had in the Nexus Press League.
Yeah, and it's a calendar year-long tournament where the winner of the regular season gets automatically qualified DBNI. So sign up.
So B, how are the games scored?
They are scored with Open Mind the Gap, which is one of Nexus's own creation for scoring system. It is a tribute-based system where you're supposed to keep all the powers on the board, but have a wide gap between the first and the second place.
Yeah, it's a tributary system, is what we like to call it. And it's so those who have watched Virtual Diplomacy League will be familiar with some of the concepts. The major difference is you do kind of have a sum of squares like element in that the larger your score difference, the bigger your score. So it's been fun for me to kind of challenge myself with that kind of system. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've got 3 games. We're going to move through these pretty quickly. We're going to try and do about 1 minute per turn. Sabi, I'm going to let you take the lead on each one. David, you'll provide color, ask some questions. What do we need to know going into our first game, Sabi? It's game 49. What is important for us to know?
This apparently had the longest AAR record in press games that lasted 2 months, and went all the way to whipping. During whipping, it was brought up and brought up over and over again. But yes, this game has a bunch of face-to-facers, and it's very great press players actually overall.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and pull those orders up. Would be great if I actually had the right button. Here we go. Spring of 1901.
Okay, so it looks like Riaz did not do the Armenian fist bump that I love to praise about. He completely decided to go to Black Sea and Ankara instead of Arm, putting Matthew in complete disarray because his Sav fleet is in Armenia. Besides that, the whole Gal bounce seems interesting. And the move to Tyrolia is interesting. I've been seeing that a lot where aliens have been opening from Venice to Tyrolia just for the freedom to do anything. But I'm not a huge fan of Munich holding. Munich holding seems like a waste.
Yeah, it's one of those moves that like it's the only thing that makes sense is as if it's a diplomatic move.
Yeah.
To try to say, hey, Belgium, I don't want no stinking Belgium. You guys fight about it.
Yeah.
And I know I recognize the name John Archibald. I'm not sure if we've played together.
He's in Philly, actually. He is trying to restart the Philly. He's trying to restart the Philly club, actually. So anyone wants to be part of that.
And Riaz showing his true colors here by moving to Black Sea. I would assume that there was probably an agreement with Matthew and Riaz for. I love the name, the fist bump. That's so much fun. But to me, that illustrates the risk of that opening. Is if one side, like a game theory, is kind of how it feels like. If both sides go, it's good for both of them. But if somebody decides to not follow through with that, they get a lot of upside and a lot of risk for the other side.
You know, sometimes you see this if the goal is to immediately kill the Russian fleet, which is a major impediment to long-term Russo-Turkish friendship. Yeah. So we'll see.
Okay.
That's not it.
Okay. Okay, Riaz. Oh my God. There's everything that could go wrong did go wrong. I don't know how I feel about any of these moves. Italy and Austria are already fighting, and the bounce into Riaz does not look like it was agreed upon. Gal, yeah, this is just a cluster mess right now.
Well, I will tell you one thing. There is no way that Germany is going to lose Kiel with two supports. There is no way that Kiel is going to fall.
I don't know why Germany just didn't move.
Slow playing is a thing that people do. And some people like Andrew Goff do it well.
Yeah.
I guess. Okay. A 2-bill turkey.
That's a lot of holes in Scandinavia, Sabi.
Yeah. I have no words for this. What is any one of these doing? Like, Katha is like one of the strongest like press players in the league, and I do not know why she is doing what she's doing. I don't get why any of this happening. I do know that in the public press area, I found out that I think Wardy was telling France that Katha is like very scary and that he should be worried about her and that she's a stabber and everything. So I feel like that was building bad blood between both, but I don't know. This is an interesting situation.
I don't know either, but clearly Wardy and Gribikov knew that war was on, right? I mean,
Yeah.
It wasn't. This was not a surprise to Gribikov. Look what he did.
Oh God. This
Poor Matthew. I had Vienna, then I didn't have Vienna.
What is
But he
going on?
he disbands the army instead of retreating it to Galicia. I wonder what that's about.
Maybe it's a deal with like either Germany or Austria to build a fleet north.
It would be pretty risky.
Yeah.
I feel like there's no other point because Warsaw and St. Peter are the only thing that are open.
What was Munich trying to do? Support the Russians to Bohemia? Is that what they were trying to do?
Yeah, it looks like it was that.
As opposed to supporting themselves to Burgundy, which is an interesting choice to make. I mean, you're putting the English in Belgium, but you're not following through with the taking Burgundy. The tempo player in me is going, don't do that.
So a couple interesting things from an alliance standpoint here that stand out to me. One, we've got an AstroTurk, which is always fun to see. And that can be a pretty fragile alliance at times. But I have seen this year a lot more willingness to try and figure out a way to make that work. And this one, to me, has the makings of something that might work. Riaz and Andre both have the understanding of the game on how to make that a successful alliance. I would be a little weary as Andre with Riaz behind me, but we'll keep an eye on that. But the one that's really interesting to me is what's going on in the West. So we've got Holland supporting North Sea into Belgium. We've also got Belgium convoying over into Wales. So is this just an EG that's formed and they're taking advantage of France being out of position?
I think so.
I think so too.
I have a lot of feelings about this right now.
Well, and the AstroTurk is a possibility. It also might be a dirty rat because the A's and the T's are not going after the R's, at least not yet. It's AstroTurk's usual initial target is Russia, not Italy. So it's interesting to play it this way, although you're totally right that if anybody could figure out how to do this correctly, it would be Riaz and Andre.
Germany finally got Holland, though.
Yeah, he's slow played, but he's in a decent position. I don't like the four armies, and we've talked about that how many times on DBN. It's just leaving yourself few strategic options. I understand, though. I mean, you're allied with the English. And you're not actively fighting the Russians. So could you even justify a fleet build would be the issue.
Yeah, it's a strong diplomatic signal. I don't like it, but I understand it.
I do too in this particular situation. Yep. I just hope he has the flexibility without the second fleet.
What is going on? Oh no. Katha, what are you doing in England?
Well, reacting to the fact that the Russians built a fleet north coast.
But then there was no point for London to move to York.
No, that was probably some kind of assuming that the French were going to go there kind of thing. Hoping that the French were going to go there as a spring position play.
I guess.
As opposed to what France did. That's probably just a bad guess. You're also hoping to kill the Wales army while you bounce them in Yorkshire. You're hoping to pivot.
Yeah.
If Wales had moved to Yorkshire, then you bounce it and you pivot.
True.
That was the theory, but it didn't work because France outguessed England.
Oh God, I don't like this at all. On like the East, it's just Austria is just convoying Turkish armies to the island.
This is, however, RT friendship writ large, because otherwise Ukraine is not holding and Black is not holding.
So is that bad news for Andre?
Well, a rat can work for Austria, but in a small percentage of cases, I think, myself. So maybe this is one of them, although when you lose Galicia to the Germans, it feels like it's not working.
No, yeah. I'll rephrase that. When you lose Galicia to the Germans, it's not working.
Is that what I said?
He said it feels like. It's not just
well,
more than a feeling.
They are killing the Russian fleet. That is intended to be rebuilt as an army. That was the purpose of that. As I said earlier, that otherwise that Russian fleet is always a problem if you're going to try to maintain good relations with the Turks. It's a useless unit, so killing it is often a good indicator of strong friendship.
I don't get the point in the Ionian. Is that a Turkish fleet? I can't tell.
It's a Turkish fleet. You're killing it so that you can decide where you're going to retreat it. It gives you options because then you've already seen where the Italians have defended, and then you can retreat it to wherever they didn't defend. It's sort of like creating a guided missile, and you get to guide it after the Italian units have already moved.
I see.
Theory being you could retreat it to Tunis or Naples. Yeah.
Of course, in this case, Wardy didn't cover either one of them, but whatever.
And looks like they supported Rome to Naples. So a lot of clever little set of orders there. I enjoy it. Also, I'll point out that Catha does recover London. So that's
indeed
good.
But loses Holland and Norway in the process.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was worth it.
Well, right. you have to kick the frogs out of your country would be what the English would say.
So it is winter of 1903. David, go ahead and reset the board. What are we looking at right now?
You're looking at Germany diplomatically making some good play in this game. And so, I was being a little critical earlier of the tempo, but I said, if you can do a slow play and make it look like you're not a threat to anybody, you can sometimes end up really benefiting from that diplomatically, which I believe that John has done here. So I like that. But I really think the main story is the East. You've got, very good coordination between the RAT powers. And John, of course, has realized that, which is why he's in Galicia and trying to intervene in the East, is that he knows that there's a triple over there. So the question I've got is, does Riaz kick Russia to the curb, make a deal with the Germans, kick Russia to the curb, or not? I don't see Riaz attacking Andre in this position. I think it'd be, it's conceivable that he does one or the other, but he's going to do one or the other.
Yeah, the army being in Galicia is going to be that little devil sitting on the shoulder, whispering to the East to be able to break, kind of convince one to break up that triple. I'm going to be curious to see what happens.
Or
there.
The other possibility is that it encourages the East to chase it down and kill it. So we'll see which one it is. In other words, it could cause them to actually stick together. So we'll see.
Here we do see the fleet in Kiel, finally. That second fleet's always important for Germany. Is that telling us anything, Sabi?
It looks like Germany is about to turn on England. I don't see a point. I really don't. They smell like the blood in the water. England is weak. England only is on 3 now. They're kind of in a disadvantage at the moment. I don't see any point for England and Germany to keep working.
Well, Germany may think that Germany can use England to contain the Russians. So we'll see. Oh, boy. Galicia gets into Vienna. That's fun.
Oh. Oh, no.
That's probably the best that could have happened for Rat. I mean, they are trying to surround that army, Galicia, and get them out of the picture. So Vienna actually is probably, quote, out of the picture. The problem is that the Germans are also in Tyrolia.
Definitely puts that Turkish army more forward in any useful position than would be typical.
I will say I have always wanted to be Riaz Varani, just in general. But I really have. But in this particular case, I really want to be Riaz Varani.
Honestly, this is the most impressive Turkey I've seen in a while. It's beautiful just to watch right now.
Well, we all know that Riaz will don a fez and talk about how good Turkey is on DBN. He's done it before.
Yeah. I guess they're using Wardy as a janissary at this point. They're putting him on Marseille. He's just going to be the little blade on their.
At some point, you kind of have to do it.
Yeah. Uh, I don't like the West still fighting. There's a triple at your door. You're still fighting instead of like putting yourself together.
I think the calculation there is, can you kill England and take their centers and use them to defend faster than you can try to patch things up with England? I mean, I share your concern that that's a very calculated risk.
Well, and that's what makes the move of helping. Wardy just helped himself into Marseille.
Yeah, he just convoyed himself with support. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
what Sabi's point is that he's leaving Italy,
Yeah.
which is fine. Italy was burning. You might as well leave.
Well, and
Find a place that's not burning.
that gets into your deadline panel discussion, David. What becomes like, how do you play that small power? And in this case, that small power sometimes can be the difference between breaking through one theater, pushing across the line to the other theater, and that may be what we're about to see here.
That is so true. A lot of the time, is the play of the small powers will really determine the outcome of a mid game or an in game position. Small powers, for example, are often a reason people solo, is that they have what I have called flying monkeys helping them. And this could be an example of, as you said, breaking the line with an Italian Janissary.
So we've got, yeah, I mean, Karthik, I completely agree with this. Good AT is beautiful. I was about to ask, almost foolishly, if there would be any stress in our adjustments this turn, because we've got a +2 in Austria. We've got Turkey kind of overextended out of position a little bit. And then I just realized that all those units are covered. So there's no risk for this turn. David, is there any risk, in your opinion, of, or should there be any risk for Riaz of Andre maybe making a different decision here?
Did Andre just build Fleet Trieste?
No.
Moved.
Yeah, Fleet Trieste.
They already had a fleet. Okay. I
Yeah.
couldn't remember if they already had a second fleet. Is there not any? There is definitely a risk, but it's not very high, I don't think. I mean, the risk is that Andre, if you're worried about Turkey at some point hitting you, and you always have to be worried about that some when you're Austria because Turkey's behind you, you can look for, is this my one opportunity to turn the tables kind of temptations. Yeah. But I just don't see it here unless there's a diplomatic problem. I don't see it. I think he's going to expect Turkey continues to go west with his fleets. And even though I said earlier that Riaz is going to turn on one of them, I still believe that. I think it's going to be turning on Russia eventually. Eventually. I mean, Russia's important to keeping the West down also, but
I don't feel comfortable with Greece and Naples being just there.
For which power?
For Andre.
Yeah. Sabi, do you know how this game ends? Do you know the end result?
I know the end result. I did not look at any of the orders.
Okay.
Like any of the 3 games I submitted. I just know the end game.
So I will not ask you then to make a prediction on who wins this one. David, I will ask you, who do you like to win this game?
I said Riaz Varane earlier. I'm going to stick with Riaz. I was kidding about wanting to be Riaz, but only a little bit kidding. I think he's a great player, has a great sense of timing, really knows how to move his pieces around. And his position's pretty good. The issue with Andre is that, fine, maybe you don't turn on Riaz here, but you are facing German armies and Riaz is not.
Yeah.
So I think that's the now, could one of the Western powers somehow end up on the top of the heap? Maybe, but it seems unlikely to me.
Let's keep moving. Fall of 1905.
So the Riaz does take Sevastopol out. And the rest of those moves are all within their AT alliance deal.
Yeah.
Sure. So.
The West are still, I think, fighting. I don't know the Paris thing. I don't get the point of Paris. Was it arranged?
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but there sure is a lot of bouncing for none of it to have been arranged.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure I understand the purpose of arranging the bounce in Paris. I mean, why not? Did Piedmont support Marseille? What is that?
I'm so. Oh, one shot away is Matthew, by the way.
Okay. Matthew, thank you for letting us play or watch this game and all the players here.
Absolutely. Well, let's just see. It's hard to read. It's hard to read these moves, to be honest.
Oh. I don't know who I want to be in this position. I guess Riaz.
I mean, I'm not saying Andre's got a bad position or anything, you know, but their alliance is clearly ruling the roost here.
Yeah, John gets to be kingmaker here. So there would have to be a pretty nice deal, I think, between Germany and Austria to somehow sort out some Russian centers or something for that to happen.
I guess unless there's some kind of stress in the West, though, they did block Turkish movement. Mm-hmm. So, in fact, really the potential is in Russia at this point, and that may not be even all that great. We'll see. Matthew's having to defend against German attack while also being the tip of the spear against the AT. I wonder how long he's going to appreciate that.
Oh, I don't like Germany attacking Russia. I don't like that. I don't like the Norway move.
Well, it's a spring turn. He's attacking the fleet. Perhaps that is intended which retreated off the board.
True.
Perhaps that is intended to be rebuilt as an army and thus be more useful in the defense against the Turks. We'll see. We'll see what happens in the fall, whether they leave. When they try to leave. I mean, I did try to leave, and then my English buddy helped me not leave.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Wow. But otherwise, they're just, you're moving positions up to the line if you're the AT. And the West is so far sticking with each other. I mean, we all know the Russians don't really need another army to hold. Somebody else can do it. Like, for example, the Germans.
It looks like it's just should end, right?
It depends. Oop. We've got some German piffs here, don't we?
Yeah. It's not pretty right now.
Yeah, Riaz and Andre are both really good tactically. So they were going to outguess the West at some point on some tactical. They did it twice here. I'm not even sure that was a guess. That was just using their position to destroy it. Particularly the one in Piedmont's not a guess. And the one in Germany they could have brought to Prussia with support or something.
So this is an area of the game that I've been trying to improve on, and it's definitely something that both Andre and Riaz can teach me a few things. But this battle in the middle of the board with the armies, always lots of guesses. One thing that I've had told to me as advice is to try and start blowing up. If you have the opportunity to blow up a unit in the spring, that's usually a pretty good goal to have. Do you think that's what they're trying to do here? Do you think this is intentional to blow up, or do you feel like the Silesia position is what they were playing for?
Yeah, I think there was a Silesia position. The Piedmont thing was definitely to blow up that army.
Yes.
But the Silesia thing is like you're fine if it blows up, but you're really just trying to get you're just gaining positions. Silesia and Bohemia and Prussia, those are all really important positional spaces for this looming fight. And it's not really a fight to attack Germany. It's a fight to flank the Russians is what it is.
The other question I'd ask is Sweden. My temptation would have been to move Sweden into Baltic to try and help shore up the line there. Is that a sign of perhaps some stress in the West, or do we feel like John just feels like he needs some units, or maybe still has some growth opportunities? Sabi, what do you think?
I don't, honestly, the only growth I see is through France at this point. It's too much work to get any of the English Scots at this point. I don't see any growing area right now for Germany.
Looks like that the point was to get the fleet killed by the English to rebuild it as an army.
Interesting.
A lot of
Even
that.
though they have 2 already pits that he's already rebuilding and he only has 1 spot available.
Yeah, that's totally true.
I don't like this.
Either that or it was just they thought the fleets made the situation unstable. But if I'm the Germans, I'm saying, I need those fleets. I need them in Baltic and Bothnia and to make sure you never attack me in the future. Yeah, you're totally right. +3, which means I get to put an army down and kill.
And just leaving Denmark, Holland, and Belgium just wide open.
Yeah, this creates an opportunity for the AT, and they're definitely able. They're skilled enough to be able to capitalize on that.
Or conversely, creates an opportunity for one of them to stab the other because now they can count on the West completely falling apart if that happens because the possibility of taking German centers and stuff.
All right, so we'll explore that line of thinking. Who's got the better opportunity for that stab?
Turkey.
Yeah.
But he has not given himself a whole lot of options. If you do it in a fall turn, you can probably take a center in the Balkans, probably Serbia and Tunis from behind. That's something. But you're out of position to do a lot more than that, which is fine. That was the whole point of creating this position, was to have lesser opportunity, lesser temptation to stab on both
And
sides.
that might be enough to win the game. Not solo, but to
top the board.
top. Yeah, because who else? That's your only threat, and the West is a mess.
Yeah.
So these games are unlimited games?
No, this game was till winter 1915.
Okay. All right.
So it's a pretty long end game, if anything.
So the Russians have been flanked, as you can see. With it, we didn't say this, but they had already lost Warsaw and etc.
Oh no, it just doesn't look good for Matthew at all.
No. Another piffed German army in Prussia. I know we're moving fast, so I'm just going to say one comment here and there.
Yeah. Now we've got the fleet moving into
Do
Baltic.
you think?
It's
Okay,
too
if you're
late.
Riaz, do you stab at this point?
I don't want a 3-way tie. I don't care what the scoring system is. No. I could have played some other game, or I could have a 3-way tie for first. No.
The scoring system punishes any ties, any sheer tops.
Mind the gap is not good if the gap is 0.
Yeah. I don't know. I would stab at this point. Andre moved all his armies at the line.
Well, they've arranged it now to where the Turks can't really stab. There is no army in Romania anymore, for example.
True.
Yeah, for me, the stab would have been here.
Right.
And made that choice. I would have been extremely tempted. I don't know if I would have done it because the West is so weak. I feel like this is a conversation I know I had in at least one of my Nexus Press League games. Hey, am I going to stab, or are we going to go ahead and we've got a chance to really get a good score for both of us? And that particular game I got soloed on as a result of that choice. But it's an interesting point in the game whenever you get to this, especially when you get the longer time limits that you get through extended deadline.
Yep.
I know we're trying to speed through these, so I'm just going to keep my comments to myself.
Still looks pretty solid right now. Poor Matthew.
The Russians. How did the Russians lose? Oh, because the Turks supported the English in. Oh my goodness.
This looks like England is turning.
That wow. Riaz, you silver-tongued devil, you.
This is England turning.
The only way the AT gets out of the box is for there to be shenanigans in St. Pete at this point, which there are shenanigans in St. Pete.
Wow.
Oh no.
All right. Well, it's going to open the game up, which will be fun for us.
Well, it's not either because look, the Austrians left Livonia and went back down to Warsaw.
But then look at France. France is just abandoning Mao for
Oh my
Liverpool.
gosh! Yeah, I didn't
They're in
even see
punish
that.
mode.
Yeah, they're saying, England, what the crap? Well, this is exactly what you need to break the line, is for there to be instability. It's why this game is about people and not just about the pieces at the stalemate line.
So is this following our theme today? Are we seeing emotion on the board? Are we trying to teach a lesson? What's your take on this,
That's
Sabi?
what Gimbals is doing.
Yeah.
This is just pettiness. Just salt, lots of salt.
I mean,
Well, all right, let me speak up for England for just a second. Yes, all of that could be true. His result was going to be terrible, possibly. So he's just trying to throw the pieces on the board up and see where they fall back down, because what was his alternative? Sit around for 3 centers and get no score? Big deal.
The
go ahead, Sabi.
The public press moment during this was there was at least 100 comments in the public press about this, how Catholic betrayed everyone in the West. Wordy was like so angry in the comments. I've never seen Wordy be so furious in public press ever.
You realize that Wardy is literally a professional actor, don't you?
That is
literally
true.
is a professional actor as his trade.
He shared like screenshots of their DMs where he's just like doing angry faces at Katha.
So during deadline panel, Karthik was talking about there being a time in which when you no longer are able to win, teaching a lesson. And I feel like Gimbals, that's what's going on here, is feel like Katha is making a play, which might pay off. I don't know, but it definitely destabilizes that alliance structure, and it will create chaos. And it's definitely going to be good for Turkey. That's for sure. So Gimbal responding to that by saying, "Okay, fine, I'm going to punish you, and you're going to see the results of that." Yeah. So here's Karthik. Yeah. So, is there a clear lesson to teach here?
Don't break the line.
I mean, I think the rest of the lesson is actually fairly clear.
Yeah. All right. Well,
but again, if I'm Katha, I'm like, and you wanted me to what? Accept a 3 center? Whatever. So why did I play if I was just going to accept a 3 center nothing? I'm doing something else. Sue me. However, the AT sticks together, and they are going to stick together.
This is perfect for them. I don't like how Andre's fleet is just going more and more to the west.
Yeah, but he does have one sitting in the Adriatic as the sword of Damocles.
Yes, but it feels wrong. I've seen too many Austrias who let Turkey move their fleet all the way to the Iberian. It doesn't end well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with it. It might not. Oh, Wardy, we barely knew you.
Wardy.
He is out. That fleet goes to Venice to go to dry dock.
We say farewell to Christopher Ward, and we continue to see chaos in the West. The East continues to move forward. Is there any strain or risk to the East, or do we think we're continuing to push on?
I think continue to push on.
That would be my guess.
Riyadh loves his 17-17s. And never mind. Never mind.
Yeah. Riyadh, I thought Riyadh was eventually going to hit. I thought he would play this out a little bit further first, because once you break into the mid-Atlantic, it's really hard to not want to go take advantage of that, but whatever.
Well, I was just looking. I do feel like it's a little clever. If I were looking for the stab, if I were Andre, and I see 2 waves, that definitely would give me more comfort. So that's I kind of like it because we've got a convoy to Bulgaria. Serbia is unstoppable.
And Greece.
And Greece. You're picking up Brest, and you've already got 2 in the pocket. I would not have thought to do it this way.
And he takes Spain.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I would not have thought to do it this way, and this is so much better.
That is, waving 2 bills and then stabbing is classic Riaz Varadi, and it is yet another reason why I would like to be Riaz Varadi in my next life.
How does he do it is my question.
He's got a good smile. He does. He's got a good smile.
He's a beautiful family too.
I'm sure.
Oh, 6 bill turkey.
Yeah, +6. That's something you see every day. We see +6 every day in diplomacy.
Oh, this game will single-handedly increase the stats for Turkey for the 2022 season for their performance. This is impressive.
Is this a solo?
You know, I was not expecting the stab. Y'all were not expecting the stab. Andre was not expecting the stab. That's awesome.
That's a very good question, Sabi. At this point in the game, we've got a massive gap. We've got 15 centers. The closest competitor is at 6. Can the rest of the board organize to prevent the solo at this point?
I don't know.
Well, let's see. We're about to do fault moves. Is that what we're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bud and Trias are not holdable, I don't think.
Brest is not. Well, I guess you could only hold it if you also lose Paris, so that's not helpful.
He could take Bud. Bud is takeable.
Yeah, I was talking about what Turks could lose. I mean, they theoretically could lose Brest, but they would have to possibly lose Paris if they did that. Yeah, I mean I think he is stoppable. It's not a classic forced solo position, I don't think. If they all work together, but you know that could be a big if. I don't know. Ooh, they do take Brest, and he doesn't cover. Ooh, Turkey just guesses wrong there. That's fine. He does take Budapest as you suggested.
Not in the position I would take it in, to be fair.
You would have gone from
Rum.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as whichever one was going to move was probably get backfilled from Bulgaria. So it's probably 6 in one, a half a dozen of the other, as we say.
Well, the West has not united. They are continuing to fight each other, playing a dangerous game. How close to the edge can they get?
Oh no.
I don't know, but I mean, even if Riaz doesn't hit the 18, what a great solo opportunity. And that's all you can ask for is opportunities.
How many
you may or may not be able to do. I'm sorry, Sabi.
No, you go. Sorry.
I was going to say, which you may or may not turn out right because you have to take some guesses, but what a great opportunity he's given himself.
How many Turkish solos do you see?
Well, you want me to pull out the in the old days card or just leave that back in my...
Let's hear the old days, David. That's what you're here for.
It's not easy to solo as the Turks, but they were seen and were a strong power. They had a lot of solo opportunities in the old days. It was harder to get that 18th than it was from other people, just so far from the Turkish homeland. But we used to see a fair amount of Turkish solos back in the day. We certainly don't see them nowadays. You're totally right about that, Sabi.
How many were back in like the email days?
What's that?
Email days.
You mean like before web diplomacy and before play diplomacy? Turkey was still seen as a strong power in those days, but not as strong as they were back when face-to-face was the primary and postal were the primary forms of play.
All right, well, let's. I do want to pause here and just talk through some of the tactics that we've got between Germany and Austria in particular. So we've got Gascony taking Spain with help from looks like England and Austria. That's going to be helpful. It'd be better if they'd gotten into Gascony, but they do blow up Marseille. So that Iberia is looking a lot weaker than it did previously based off of this. Does this change your opinion about the likelihood of the solo at all?
I said earlier, I wasn't sure that he could do a solo. It was not a classic forced solo position. There would be a lot of guessing involved. And if the other powers all work together, it was going to be tough. If you're that far out of Russia, it's just tough to get to 18. Yeah, I agree with this result. I think Riaz should be very happy. And sure, he was very happy with this result, even though he couldn't quite force the solo.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Riaz Varani. I think this is fantastic play from of Turkey, but also taking advantage of the emotional state of the rest of the board. You can see throughout chat, it's been active throughout this. So Sabi, you did a very good job of bringing a game that elicited emotion from the players and from the viewers. So David, what's your takeaway from this game?
I want to say one thing in defense of AT alliances. Just because you see this, don't write AT alliances off as the Austrian player. Don't do it, because there are other situations that turn out differently. And Andre probably should have. Now, I didn't see it coming when it was coming. Andre in the game probably should have seen it coming. There was a turn that he could have turned on the Turks. Maybe that was the thing to do. The West was kind of in shambles. So all I'm saying is don't write off the Austrian position, but make sure that you actually have an advantage. And you ought to insist that the Turks let you have more centers than them. You've got to insist that the Turks do certain moves to keep pieces away from you, because you're always much more vulnerable than the Turks. But don't write off the possibilities, the Austrians. I've done well in past games as the Austria in an AT.
And Sabi, you brought this game to us for a reason. What is it that you were hoping that we would see in this game?
It was honestly the drama. There was so much drama in this game. Like I said, it seeped into whipping. It was a lot. There was a lot of bad blood and a lot of arguments in the AARs. It had a lot going for it.
Sabi, I know we've got some schedule limitations here. Do you have time for one more, or are we?
Yeah, there's
done?
one more.
Okay. Would you prefer to do 57 or 60?
Let's do 57. That's
Okay.
the one with Bradley, right?
Let's pull it up and see.
Let's do the one with Bradley.
All right. There we go. Awesome. Okay. So Nexus Press League Game 60. So just for some context, how far into the season is this game?
This is around halfway.
Okay.
About halfway to the point. So we have a lot of our top board right now is, I think, 5 or 6 solos at this point people have in the top 7. So it's very heavy right now.
Yeah. So of the players in this game, is there anyone that is competing to is in contention for that top 7?
At this point, Andre at this game had a solo, as well as Bradley was on the brink of being in the top 7.
Awesome. All right. Let's go ahead and pull this up. And here we go. David, I'm going to have you go ahead and do the play-by-play, and Sabi can offer color.
All right, you got to look at the Italian move into Piedmont and Tuscan and Tyrrhenian. That's the anti-French move for the Italians. And the Austrians moving down to Trieste is probably bad that the Gimbals has decided to move west, because that's not a very pro-Italian opening. In the West, the interesting thing is Munich maybe thinking they were going to bounce in Burgundy, but that ain't what's happening, because the French supported there. And the French went to English Channel, so a very aggressive French opening from Andrei Gribikov. Gosh, do I like aggressive French openings? I do.
It is an aggressive French opening combined with an aggressive anti-French Italian opening. Very curious to see how that turns out.
Just fine, actually, because he correctly bounces the Italians, which bounces the Germans, which means that he takes Spain. The Holden English Channel is interesting. Yeah, that's obviously a deal somehow with the English, but if you're going to make a deal with the English, just go to the Mao. Because you're letting them in Belgium there. But otherwise, let's see. We've got the Italians going to Armenia in the fall of 1901. That's sometimes okay. But of course, he isn't doing that without going to Black Sea. So there must be some misfire, miscommunication there. Bulgaria Romania by itself is either a wasted diplomatic move or he was snookered by Bradley.
And Sabi, what's your take from the first year of this game?
I don't know why Trieste went to Albania.
Yeah, that one's tough to figure out.
Yeah, doesn't make sense. I mean, I guess because they knew Seb was going to Rome, that Bud was safe, but I don't like that.
It's trying to be really, really, really friendly with Italy and Russia at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, winter of 1901, we've got Jam John building double fleets, one of which is in Liverpool. Only one build for France in Paris. We've got probably my favorite adjustment of this turn, fleet in Trieste in 1901. Fleet in Naples, Fleet Sev, Fleet North Coast St. Pete, and Army Smyrna. So there's some statement builds with this round of adjustments. Sabi, what's your take on what these adjustments are telling us?
I don't like a double fleet Austria. I don't. Not in 1901. Is this another AT? I don't know.
This is wild and woolly in the world of adjustments for 1901. Two fleets from the Russians. It's just wild and woolly.
I feel bad for Andre the most in this game.
Yeah, he seems to be sort of diplomatically isolated. But look, Austria continues on moving all of our units away from Italy and Russia. Austria's only target in this whole game is Turkey, and he does not care who knows it.
That's fascinating. Typically, when I see a fleet in Trieste, I automatically assume that it's anti-Italian.
But apparently not.
Mm-hmm.
And the Turks, they can only defend against one person, so they're trying to defend against the Russians.
Yeah. This just doesn't seem like a very organized. No one's really communicating with each other well. There's too many bounces. And
we've seen a lot of RAIs in the world of diplomacy in the last year or two. I don't know that I've ever seen one that's this completely desolate in the Balkans. Don't you? I mean, that's really something. I mean, it really is. I'm just not sure I've ever seen something that looked exactly like that in the fall of 1902. But Andre continues to be diplomatically isolated. Everybody's coming. Well, I guess maybe the English are not. It's a little unclear.
Yeah, I think the English are just, I don't know.
Because they just supported themselves to Holland.
Yeah.
Could we be looking at a kind of top of the world alliance with England and Germany? I mean, England and Russia making a deal, and England begins to focus on Germany and France next?
I mean, that's entirely possible. Although, if you're going to make that alliance, you got to get the Russian fleet out of Norway next turn, because otherwise it's too unstable. The Russians have to have an army in Norway for that alliance to work.
So, B, predictions for our adjustments here.
I'm feeling another fleet Austria. Just triple fleet.
Oh, I hope
the
so.
Only thing that would make this game even more interesting from an adjustment point of view. It really would.
Come on, Fleet Trieste. No, okay.
Dang it.
You do get Fleet Brest, though, which is interesting given the situation.
I guess to hold Mao would be my guess.
Perhaps, yeah.
Well, and you still have two Italian fleets. I don't know. I would have probably preferred an army and wanted to send it like to Gascony or something.
It's interesting that the Germans facing a hostile England decide to kill Helgoland. That might be just a diplomatic plea. Let's make a deal.
Oh, just vacating Kiel.
which apparently that has worked. Germany's going to go convoy to Livonia. We all know how cool convoys to Livonia are. And this one's going to be cool because Moscow's takeable. But
Oh,
at
yeah.
the risk of what? I mean, England's doing their thing. They're going to Belgium. They're going to English Channel. So England's doing their part of this deal.
Turkey's gonna not last long. Not long for the world at
Did
all.
North Sea order support to Denmark? Is that what that is?
Yes. Maybe he was thinking of hostile support.
Maybe he's not doing his part. But I don't know why you'd support the Russians to Denmark and leave Holland like that. Not sure what that's all about. But what do I know? This game's already sort of unpredictable from my point of view.
And
All right, so the Russians are now getting into Smyrna and Con. Okay, I mean there's been very good AR cooperation, and until this turn, cooperation with the Italians. But no, the Italians have been cut out of something they were never going to be a part of.
Oh, wow.
I mean, they just weren't. They were not going to be a part of this.
This is the fantastic band name of chaos in the West. This is just entertaining, or I guess chaos in the East. It's just chaos.
But it certainly does still look like the top of the World Alliance or the Great Northern Alliance between England and Russia.
Yeah.
But again, if I'm England, I just don't like the fact that there's a Russian fleet in Norway. I understand what the situation is, but they could have rearranged these units by now and would have been much more stable.
Yeah, it's not going to pay off for Bradley here, I believe. Just especially with the German army there. If they had rearranged, that definitely could have given more protection. But hey, good for trying it. This is one that you don't see as often. It in my experience, can work well. It doesn't always work well, but it can work well.
And the Russians are going to build because
Yeah.
they took 2 out of the Turks, right?
But they lost Moscow.
So they're going to build a unit.
Yeah.
All right, push forward through 1904, and then we're going to take some predictions. This is a wild one. So what are we looking at?
Wild is totally right. It's still an ER alliance up in the north. Austrians are rampaging into the Italians. They've even got help from the English into Tyrrhenian. Wow, it's all good. AR all the way. And Germany, why did you leave Moscow? They may have been trying to come up with some deal, but it's not going to make any difference.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have left Moscow in that situation to go to Livonia.
No, especially
I'm not sure what that does for. All that does is mean that you can't keep in a center, or unlikely to keep a center. Can't's too strong a word, but unlikely to guess correctly. But actually, they could guess correctly. They could go to Moscow and be bounced, and that would keep the German. Anyway, let's just see what happens.
Oh. This is just.
So what was Germany trying to do there? Yeah. He was trying to go to St. Pete. Oh, I guess he was thinking that St. Pete was going to go to Moscow to Warsaw. Yeah, that was a legitimate guess. Just didn't work. Germany gone. Austria and Russia sticking together. Tunis gone. Thank you for supporting me to the Tyrrhenian, England. Now I'll take your Tunis. Thank you very much. Thanks for playing.
All right, winter of 1904. We've got some stability, starting to take place here. Sabi, who do you want to be if you have to fill in this position and you want to win this game?
I would love to be Bradley at this point.
David?
I agree with that, and Austria should realize that and really make sure that Austrian positioning prevents Russian stab or puts yourself in a position to do the stab yourself. This is a really pretty AR alliance. I'm not sure the last time I've seen one that's this pretty in the Mediterranean. 1, 2, 3, 4 fleets already in the Mediterranean in 1904. That is so hard to accomplish as the AR alliance. I'm just hats off. Of course, it helps when you got that early Austrian fleet that was built. But even then, they've just done such a good job of getting their units into attack position.
I don't know if I've ever seen 3 Austrian fleets in winter of 1904.
I probably have just because I've been around forever, but I couldn't tell you when.
Yeah.
But +3 and +3, that's an awesome alliance.
Yeah.
And partially those were some German moves that were suboptimal that really helped Bradley out. Unless he was throwing the centers back to Bradley, which is a possibility. There could have been some diplomatic issue there.
All right. How do we feel about these adjustments?
Hey, you need another Austrian fleet. You've only got 3. Need another one. I mean, I agree with that.
I do
probably
too.
need another fleet.
I don't know. That's too many Austrian fleets. Too many.
Well, I think he
Austrian
wants to win a fleet war with the Russians down the road. Is what he's thinking, probably, or she thinks. I'm not sure who Ellen.
Ellen's he actually went to Dixie back in the 90s and 2000s.
Oh, nice.
He didn't do it under the name Eladan 915, but that's great. All right, let's see what else is going on here. Gosh, Russia, you seem to be sending a lot of units towards your Austrian ally. What's happening here? Gosh, Bradley, who's your friend? I guess his friend is still England. Actually, is who his friend is. They're just rearranging centers in the north
In a way that is still advantage Russia.
Probably. Because he's also going to put England into Munich, I think, maybe.
I could see it.
So, Bradley, we saw the interview from earlier, correct?
Yes.
So Bradley was speaking about the regret and the Care Bear. This is not that game.
Wait, this is not a Care Bear move? I don't understand Care Bear-ism then. I thought this was a Care Bear move. He's there to protect his friend Austria, who he cares about very much. Wow.
Oh.
Boy.
Oh.
Eladan, what is happening to you? It's not
Russia.
pretty. It's not pretty.
There's just no words right now.
Well, there are some words. They start with a B and they end with pest and area that he's lost.
So what I am questioning, Sabi, I'll get your take on this. I just have a pretty obvious setup to take my dots if I am Austria from my ally. My natural reaction and tendency would be to turn around and go fight that. Screw the rest of the board. I'm going to go punish them. But I've got units continuing to move west. Do you feel like there's like what? How do you explain that thought process?
So, backstory of this. Eladan is known for throwing solos when he is stabbed by his ally and punishing the rest of the game for it. So there's more salt in this game.
Now I got to figure out who Eladan is, because if he's been to Dixicon, then I know who he is, but I don't know him as Eladan. But who is he going to throw to exactly?
Bradley.
Because he was stabbed by whom?
Bradley.
Oh, you mean throw to the person that's stabbing you?
Yes.
Now I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Well,
that's
first, I
need
really want to know.
I need to play with
yes,
him.
I need to know who Eladan is.
I need to get in the game with Eladan. Explain to him how my stab means that I should win.
Yeah, and I do not want this to come across as like invalidating a choice that is being made, because that's not the case. I am genuinely interested in learning the thought process that went into this, because that's, again, like we talked about, this is human behavior. What is it that caused that decision to be the one that I'm going to act on in this kind of situation is fascinating to me. So that's why I love this game.
I suspect that Bradley's negotiation ability had to have something to do with it. Had to have something to do with it. I'm not saying it was the only factor involved here, but it was probably some kind of factor. Sometimes, I mean, just to flesh that out briefly, sometimes if you make a move that you think is if your ally makes a move against you that you think is a really, really good move, sometimes there's some grudging admiration for it. And it's like Farron's just saying there, if the other players don't respond the way you want them to respond, you're like, well, I really thought you made a great move against me. You deserve to win this game. These other jokers aren't paying attention. I mean, that could happen.
I can see that. It's the idea of teaching a lesson. Like, hey, this player is running away with this, and you're continuing to not respond. That's where the whole idea of teaching a lesson kind of gets interesting.
And it's not just that, Brian. The other half of that is you've got to make it where the person doesn't mind throwing to you. When I stab somebody brutally, the first person I always talk to is the person I just stabbed. Always, 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 always. Because you have to apologize and say that the game kind of forces me to do this. This was the right move, but I know it hurts, and I'm really sorry that it had to be you. You have to say those things because, first of all, you mean them. I do mean them. And secondly, you have to reestablish that relationship because it could come into play in the same game, and it maybe could have been what happened here.
Yeah. Well, there is lots of interesting choices on this board. I think the question for me is, will this result in another Nexus Press League solo? Spring of 1906. Is it too early to start thinking that way?
It's definitely not too early to start thinking that way. I really think a lot of it depends on what Jam John does, what England does, I think. If England cooperates or works with the Russians instead of trying to oppose the Russians, then this could be a solo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
The Russians are helping the Austrians back into Munich. That is a good sign. That is a good sign for a Russian solo. That he thinks that Austria's moving away from him. Mm-hmm. He thinks he's now got Austria helping him as a flying monkey.
Yeah, this is not a 13 center Russia. We've got a 21 center Russia right now.
Yeah. Well, we all know Russia doesn't.
Oh,
I guess I wasn't paying attention to the math there.
I was not either. Whoa.
1, 2, 3. Yep, that's totally right. Because Denmark's there too. Gosh.
Wow. Yeah. Dip Chat knows this is solo before I do.
Honestly, I wasn't looking at the center count. I was looking at the moves instead of the center count, which doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what we were thinking. This was, as soon as we saw what Austria was moving away, we knew a solo was going to happen. Whether it was going to happen right then or the next turn, doesn't matter. I would also like to point out, in addition to also the wonderful things about this, yes, 1906. That's what I was getting ready to say. Solos in 1906 are so rare that now Russia is a power that can do it because, of course, they can build so much and they start with 4 and all that. So if you're going to have 15 or 19 centers at 1906, maybe it's Russia.
Maybe Bradley from UK, maybe this is experience playing Sea Diplo. He just put the foot down on the gas and didn't let up.
Well, if you stab and your stabby says, here, how about some more? Here's some more centers for you.
Yeah.
Plus 7 is awesome. Plus 7.
So side note, privately, Bradley was DMing me because I'm the director. And he kept on asking me, what was the fastest solo in the league? He wanted to personally break the record for fastest solo in the league. He unfortunately missed it by 1 year.
Bradley, I said
there was
earlier.
A 1905 solo?
Yes, it was Germany by Evan Swihart that won him the league last game of the season.
And it was not conceded. He actually got to 18?
Yeah.
Good freaking Lord.
Mm. Well
I
done,
mean,
Bradley.
that happens when it's thrown.
Yeah.
That's how it happened.
Yeah, well done, Bradley. Sabi, thank you for bringing that game to us. What is the message? What's your takeaway for us for this game?
Honestly, just as you can tell, there's exciting and honestly interesting tactics on the board. There's a lot of drama. Games don't feel stale, as you can tell. There's always little interesting. There's no agenda in the league. It's just everyone for themselves, and there's a lot of resentment. And we need more players.
So yeah, give us your recruiting pitch. Sell us on the league now that we've seen it. We've gotten a taste. Why do we want people to sign up and play?
It's a great, more casual way to do press games without the having to be glued to your phone or your laptop and sending out like thousands of messages. You could go at your pace, and there's always an interesting way to meet people through this. I know people who like Bradley, has met Evan, be trolling and they both decided to go to Cascadia together. Like all these like little friendships have formed because personally you're talking to these people every day for several hours on end, and it's a good friendship building.
Yeah, community within a league is one of the best things, and I'm really happy, Sabi, to you and the other Nexus Press League organizers for bringing that kind of experience into the extended deadline world. So thank you.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, we will say farewell to Sabi, and we are going to welcome back Kevin O'Kelly. Kevin, thank you.
Greetings. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Kevin.
And we are going to go ahead and move back into the world of virtual diplomacy, and we're going to return to the Virtual Diplomacy League.
I'm jumping in. I was watching that in the background. I forget how much I miss press play by email. It's where I learned the game, the nuances of the game, and the games are so different than face-to-face because you see pieces 6 spots away from where they started in 1903, and you're like, is that legally possible? But yeah, those are some fun games.
Yeah, I completely agree. I got like many players. I mean, my true start was just playing family and friend games, but in the competitive hobby, my first introduction was through playing over email, and the kind of game is different. It's very different. And I think the truly best diplomacy players, and you'll see this in the DB&I, have exposure to lots of different ways to play the game. And I think everybody, if you really want to understand this game, go play lots of different places, play with different people, different styles. It'll force you to think about the game and in a completely different way than you would in the way that you're comfortable with. And everybody should just try it.
Yeah, the different people part of that is really important. And that's one of the ways the online game is different, is that the pool of players is deeper, wider. And so you're going to see lots of different people doing different things. You're going to see that in face-to-face also, in virtual face-to-face, but not as much. The player pool is smaller.
Okay, so Virtual Diplomacy League game 104, Vivian Medema. We've got in Austria, Craig Mayer, England, Karthik Konath, France, Christian Brown. Germany is a new player to the league, Alexander Marcondes. Italy, Jason Bennett. Russia, Ed Sullivan. And Turkey, we have Jackson Roberts. Anything that you are looking out for, Kevin?
Just that Vivian is a Dutch soccer player playing for my arch rivals in the north part of London. We will not mention their name because they don't deserve it, but Vivian is a fantastic player. On that note, someone with that kind of passion, Ed Sullivan and Karthik in the north, I'm looking forward to that.
two friendly rivals. Always fun to see them on a board together. David, what about you?
Well, Christian, who was leading the league and has dropped a couple of spots, just frankly because Tim and Nicola ascended, is more than anything else. The question is, can Christian claw his way back to the top position? He's certainly going to try.
Okay, so spring of 1901, David has been speaking quite a bit. So Kevin, I'm going to have you take the lead on this one, and David will fill in for us. Take it away.
I like Christian Brown's openings. I believe most of his are very aggressive, diplomatically not aggressive right off the bat, but the orders are always something that's going to hit you. So I love the Picardy, Burgundy, and Mid-Atlantic for him. Yorkshire, I mentioned in the game that I did earlier. I like this opening as my favorite. Whether French is onside or not, Germany standard, loaning of Trieste. Yeah, that's it. Ooh.
You just thought it was the loaning of Trieste.
Yeah, clearly not. They're moving. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. I mean, what's the play, David, for that?
I have seen it before, but not very often because it really isn't much of a play. I mean, what does the Army Albania do? It allows you to, it gives you another unit in the spring 1902 to move around, to fill in where the Austrians were and stuff like that. But it's pretty unusual. Unusual.
My first glance, though, is Burgundy to Ruhr, which is a wonderful move with EF progressing as well as it is. I mean, France only picking up one here, but with hopefully an ally with England on board, this is some fantastic position for Christian. Karthik with tactical genius and having 5 with an army on with no French opposition. Karthik, if my pick to click and follow one is Karthik in this game, just looking at it. RT is something also with Jackson shuffling the units around. I think EFRT in the center gets squeezed, but my pick to click 1901 is Karthik.
It may not be an EF. It may just be E and F hoping he's got an EF.
Yeah, that's
we'll find out. I mean, the fact that the Germans just bounced the Russians in Sweden might mean something for 1902 here.
David, on Deadline, you interviewed Ali Adib. Really good segment. Really enjoyed that. Miss hanging out with Ali for sure. But he talked about one of the things in the growth of his skill of playing for position over centers. Do you feel like this is that kind of play? Is there the potential this pays off, or is this pretty high risk?
It is high risk because you are putting yourself, outside of the ability to easily defend yourself if you're Christian. So you're going to have to rely on your diplomatic skills to make it pay off. But guess what? The name of the game is diplomacy. You take some risks. You hope that your diplomatic skills can make it pay off. I could not agree with Ali more of what he said in that interview about how important position is. And so we'll see.
All right. So we've got pretty standard adjustments, what I would expect, with the exception of the double army build, which frequent viewers of this broadcast will know I really dislike. I tend to give people a lot of benefit of the doubt. I'm not on the table. I'm not on the board. This one I have very rarely seen pay off. Anything stand out to you, either of you?
To present the dissenting voice for that, I almost always agree with you. When the French are already in the Ruhr, there's an argument that you need Berlin to support Munich while you try to get that idiot out of Ruhr with your other 2 armies. I mean, there's an argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. It sure doesn't leave you very much flexibility going forward. That's for sure, though.
Well, it definitely doesn't hurt Kevin's pick to click. That's for sure. England won't hate it. Kevin, what are we looking at?
Oh man, north to Skagerrak. Eddie follows in unopposed. Support into Sweden. E. So it's E with both F and G helping E at this point, which is fantastic. The Southern fleets, Southern Italian and Austrian fleets are making much faster progress than I would have thought possible. Jackson, that's usually a good play to support yourself to Aegean, but not when Bulgaria is getting piffed and everything else is moving forward. So, and I don't know, is Ed here to help in the Black Sea?
No, Ed is one of the game's largest proponents of the air. That army or that fleet is not there to help.
Yeah, but Ed responding aggressively in the north, Baltic and Prussia. So, this game's moving. I like the pace.
I don't know very many airs that you go to Tyrolia and Trieste instead of Bohemia and Tyrolia. I thought that was weird, but he didn't go follow through with an attack on Venice, so whatever.
So as much as I was saying the pace was fantastic in the spring, nothing moves in the southeast in the fall, so we'll let that resolve itself. But Holland's getting piffed, so Christian is getting that build, which I guess is the makeup for not getting it, and also picking up Spain. So Christian makes some good progress. Offered Tyrolia to the Austrian. That's interesting, and didn't take it. But Austria's already getting Bulgaria, so didn't. Ooh, but losing Greece though. Oh, I don't know. That
was an attempt to bolster the Germans, because if he takes Munich, that also means the Germans lose Berlin there.
Yeah.
So that was Craig's sort of balance of power play.
Yeah. So I wonder what Ed's. The question would be, what's Ed's first response to that? Did Ed think it was happening?
I guess he wouldn't have taken it anyway. I just realized because the Denmark hit Baltic. Yeah,
Baltic was cut, but it could have been guaranteed the other way. If he knew, maybe Ed knew that and goes, all right, I'll take a flyer at it. If it gets cut, it's not the end of the world. So,
the Germans are still in screwy shape. There's no way around that.
Yeah, and I don't think a building of the fleet. I agree with the previous conversation. The army certainly more helpful here somewhere.
Yeah, so it looks like Craig declining support from Christian into Munich. How do you feel about that?
I want to know if Craig agreed to it and backed out, or if Christian just offered it. There's sometimes you'll write the order, maybe hoping they'll tell him you're writing the order, ordering it, and then if it doesn't happen, at least it's a diplomatic announcement to the rest of the board.
He's just trying to slow down. He's just trying to slow down the EF until the AIR can do their business, and then somebody can get cut out of the AIR.
Yeah,
perhaps.
Wow. So Carthage lost Belgium, but still picked up 2.
So I think we have here, gentlemen, what you would call a Leviathan.
Yes,
this thing is moving.
Oh, and Jason built Army Rome. With France building 2 fleets. Oof. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah. I guess he was worried about the Austrians doing what the Austrians are now apparently doing.
I don't know. Yeah, well.
That's what I said earlier about cutting somebody out. Maybe the Austrians are coming to help. I don't know.
We'll but with Ionian going east, Med going east. This is a spot where you don't mind being Turkey in a time-limited game.
Well, Turkey's still in deep doo-doo.
Yeah. But at some point, you got to say to Ed, all right, fine. Take 1. Leave me alone. I'll keep my 2 fleets out there. You need me. You don't need my dots. Although Ed might say I need them for the north. Well, guess not.
Look at the French taking the Austrians out of Munich. After all.
Who could have seen that?
Good play, though. I'll never forget. Andrew Goff said it sometime. He goes, sometimes the best, offense is luring the other side out of position, and nice play for it there.
Yeah, I thought Craig had it right the first time. You try to slow the EF down by bolstering the Germans.
Yeah.
Now, Ed, his ally, didn't think so. And maybe that was the issue, is that Ed said, wait a minute, we need to be on the same page here.
Yeah.
Ed, I'm trying to get German center so that I can build in the north or whatever.
Yeah. Forgot to mention about the English Channel in the spring. I didn't notice that until just now, because EF is certainly looking a little weaker.
Yeah, there is no EF anymore for sure. I mean, Norwegian to North Atlantic is a pretty good tip off also. I mean, there's an ER again, like we talked about in an earlier game this evening.
Yeah.
Or I guess we'll have to change the name of that alliance to the Longhorn Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Alexander. Sorry, man.
Oof.
Alexander, we learned was wow, chat has been active. I was just seeing where Alexander, here we go. Alexander from Brazil, living in Germany. So thank you for playing with us, Alexander. Wish you success and luck in your future games. Right now, the question I have is, will Karthik continue to have success, or is this adjustment in strategy going to result in him slowing down? Spring of 04.
I like his chances myself.
Holy cow. So Mid-Atlantic, it could have been held, decides to push forward anyway. Oh, lovely. Yeah. Can we just fast forward to the end here and see how big Karthik...
Christian's throwing to Karthik here, so we'll see what that all means.
Why?
I
mean,
well,
I'm not questioning. I'm trying to come up with like a plausible.
He may have thought his position was doomed, and so he's trying to create a new future for himself as a junior partner.
Yeah.
I mean, this is so methodical. Let's see where it gets to, but it seems contrived, almost to the point of. I mean, this is where we were talking about long-standing league play. Like, obviously, Ed and Karthik know each other. Christian is getting to know these folks better.
So wait, so Karthik let French build, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's going around him. Around him. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which makes sense. I get that.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of risk, but probably not, especially with the army build. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying about the long-term experience playing with individuals, but you had to get into this position as well. And the other thing with league play is, yeah, you do have all the upside because you build trust over time, but you're also building a lot of negative like people have long memories as well. So yeah, I mean, you can find somebody that you work well with. Sometimes you just gel, but yeah, let's watch this.
Why does Craig want us to go slow? Is there something coming up, Craig, that you know about this game that we don't yet?
I have a hunch.
That
Keep going.
Could be.
Yeah, the South Coast fleet is interesting. I think we passed by the adjustments on that phase because it's just, I mean, look at the amount of black arrows in this order set. It's fantastic. But
hey, South Coast fleet build, I liked it. I thought it was cool. Give yourself some options. It's really make Karthik think about guesses and various things.
Yeah, and you want to protect the fleet. If you're a solo fleet up there, you're useless. But here, at least, it makes Karthik do some work.
It may not help in the long run, but it will help as much as the army would have helped.
Yeah, and Ed doesn't need any help elsewhere. He's got enough armies on the line. He's got no pressure from, Jackson, who's now gone.
So this is the kind of game where I kind of like this style. Hey, I've got somebody, we're working well together. Let's go race. So if there is a race situation here, first of all, that build the Southern Fleet could be just to kind of keep Karthik honest. It may not necessarily be a move against them, but it's definitely giving me more flexibility, which I like. But let's assume for a minute that they're sticking together. They're not fighting.
Are you talking about the E and the R?
The E and the R, yes. Thank you.
I think they're definitely fighting.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's assume for a minute they are together.
Okay.
Who do you feel like would have the better odds in this if it's a race?
Karthik, because if Christian stays with him, he's got a better junior partner to take advantage of / use. I'm not saying Craig's not also useful to Ed. He is. And Craig's useful to himself.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying he's just an instrumentality, but if Christian's really going to send all those fleets into the med like that, as I've said many times, and I was proven wrong in one game tonight, the AR really can have trouble with fleets because they just can't make them and get them to the right place fast enough. And if the French fleets are going to stay with Karthik, that's really, really bad for Ed's ability or Craig's ability to have the outcome of the game. Now, that may change. That may be what Craig has told us to look for, and that's fine. But if those French fleets stay with England, this is a tough row to hoe for Ed.
I have played with Christian quite a bit, Christian being a fellow Windy City Weasel, and I would put about my ability to predict Christian's orders are about the same as my ability to pick any kind of random number. And I love that about Christian. It's always fun to have him on a board. I could see either of those happening. So.
Yeah, his strategy changes often too, and it's not like I'm going to just play this one. It's just a different way to look at the start of the game, which I kind of miss back in the earlier days. You used to have a different style of going into a game, and I like watching when the games start with him. So
hey, Kevin, got a question for you. How often have you convoyed Brest to Tuscany using all foreign fleets? How often have you done that?
Probably never.
Christian Brown has done it at least once, but how often have you done it?
I'll probably round it up to 0.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no idea whether it's a good move or a bad move. It's just fun to watch.
Yeah.
I always like the convoy to Tuscany. And yeah, I have seen this once before. I've seen this exact scenario before. Only once. I will indulge momentarily because I love this story. My parents were playing a game together, and every time they played together, the motivation was never to win. It was always to beat the spouse. So in this particular case, mom convinced a child to convoy across with the sole purpose of destroying my father in Italy with this exact set of orders. So I love it.
David, so Sweden to Denmark is the only move that stands out. Why Sweden to Denmark?
Because he knew that he was leaving Baltic for the Russians to take, and he wants to contain that fleet.
Yeah.
And he wanted to move the army to Sweden to make sure that it didn't snag Sweden and still get North Sea into play. That was the theory behind it. It was a original positioning type thing.
Because that's true. He is picking up Berlin here, so he is getting a build. That's the only move that just kind of jumped out as me as interesting.
I agree. It was interesting. I mean, Karthik's moved pieces around the board himself a few times, and so he was trying to set up a position here to where the Baltic fleet was contained.
Yeah,
and he's a tactical genius, I've heard. So.
Oh yeah. That's why I don't have the insight to look into it. That's why I was asking.
Let's
David.
not say any more good things about Karthik. Honestly, the boy has already got a big enough head as it is.
Okay, so for our adjustments, winter of 1905, we do see that important second Austrian fleet. Is it too little too late, or will that make a difference?
Third Austrian fleet.
Yeah. Third. I can't count. Yes, you're right.
Second one built in a row is what you meant.
Yeah, sure. That's exactly what I meant. Anything else stand out on these adjustments?
Not particularly.
No, so I did want to say one more thing about the convoy to Tuscany, though, is that it cut support onto keeping Austria out of Rome. So that was an important it was actually an important order. So
wait, we've got another convoy, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's do it again.
This time to Rome, maybe?
Yeah, and this one not through all English fleets. So
All right. So what is Craig doing, and is this what he wanted us to see? I think it is probably. Craig seems to be going east, not west. What do you
Craig's
got?
not the junior partner, is what he was saying.
He seems to be going east.
Others also going east.
Farron, I'm going to go with no. Karthik cannot solo this. Karthik is incapable of soloing this board. That's my position.
Is no, I won't say no.
So fall 1906, we've just seen a shakeup. How big is this, Kevin?
Not big. It's really not, because if Karthik was going to stab, it wasn't. There's no play that helped. This didn't help Karthik any more than what Christian's position is already doing to help Karthik. If Karthik wants to solo, to kind of go towards Farron's question, he needs a lot more armies quickly. He's got a lot of pieces to get, but would Christian turn around if there was a stab? I don't know. That's outstanding for me.
Karthik should probably stab right now.
Yeah. I thought he should have stabbed last fall, but I guess if things are fun, why stab if you don't have to?
I mean, I would have just gone ahead and taken Brest there too. Now, maybe these are not stabs. I mean, diplomatically, this may be Christians giving these centers to him.
Well, yes, because Christian's getting Rome and Venice here, so Christian is not down on these.
I mean, there's no reason to stab if people are going to give you the centers anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, what we have, guys, here is a Leviathan.
I heard that earlier. A Leviathan where one of them is +2 and the other one is not.
Yes.
Now, he is building fleets. Good for him.
So, I mean, if you're playing for the solo, though, that's not what you're building, right?
Right. Yeah. So, all right. So if they keep going, and if he's not picking off centers from Christian, if Brest, I mean, maybe Brest is taken just because it can be at some point. St. Pete will be taken now with Russia pulling the 2 fleets. I mean,
you might build the fleets if you're not going for solo yet.
Well, all right. So the last game got through 1910. So he's got 4 years, and he needs.
It's not real easy for him to force this in the time he's got, but we'll see.
Yeah, if at least one of those was an army, there's a better chance. But they're getting along. So again, I'll go back onto the soapbox from earlier. There are some games where you pass up the ultimate scoring result for a good alliance. If Karthik's going to get himself a 13 or a 14 here, I mean, yeah, solo puts you on the top board for sure, but Karthik's been on at least one top board, if not both. So I'm not worried about Karthik's chances of getting to the top board with a 14 or 13, 14 or something like that.
So one thing I want to do is I don't want to rush through Craig's decision here. So Craig did move against Russia. How do we feel about that choice?
He's reading the board. I mean, if EF is not going to stab each other, Austria might as well. So in the scoring system perspective, he's getting like 4 points a center. So it's not like it's blowing up his score too. But from the other side of the board isn't allowing me to do anything else. I don't want to just rush up to the line. Then, all right.
He's attempting to change the subject. He's attempting to say to the West, you guys can fight now if you want, because I'm not with Russia anymore. You can fight now. He's hoping that somebody's maybe can take him up on it. That would be my guess. I mean, maybe there was something else going on diplomatically there for Craig, but as a strategic play, it is we are going to lose this fight as a duo, so I'm going to end the duo and hope that the other duo falls apart.
And if they don't, I'm in trouble anyway.
Exactly. They weren't going to win the fight anyway, perhaps. And that appears to have possibly worked in the sense of Christian moving away from Austria.
Oh, well, here
that's what he was. That's what Craig was trying to do, I think.
So I don't know what that was in relation to since I just saw it.
Ed's telling us this is not a stab. Okay.
No, that not stabs was the exchange of Portugal and Spain.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. That's us. That's right. I figured that because he didn't take breast.
Yeah.
I like Craig's decision there. I mean, obviously it's easy to say now because we've seen the result here, but like if you're rolling the dice on you play the player, and if you're rolling the dice that Christian's going to decide to make a different decision, I like that. I like those odds, and here we're seeing it pay off potentially. Yeah, I like it.
It's still hard to see Karthik not topping the board. I don't see how that doesn't happen here.
No. Yeah.
And he's not even trying. They've made it some kind of deal, as you can see, with all these holds and supports.
Yeah, going to 11-11-1.
No, I don't know about that.
I don't know.
They've made a deal.
No.
Yeah.
They're going to try to end the game sometime soon, maybe even now.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Although maybe Craig decides not to go along with it. I don't know. I was talking about England and France made a deal. I don't know if Craig's in on this deal or not. He may think he's got some potential somehow.
All right. Well, all right. Karthik builds an army here. There's a little play. If he builds a fleet or waves it, game over.
I would think so.
Let's look at Craig. Can Craig force Moscow?
Depends on what, probably because Ed's pulling so many units.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Craig may think he's got some play left in the game.
I don't want to see it end. I want to see Craig keep pushing, and I also want to see if.
Of course, he's +2 and he can only build one. That's not as good.
I want to see the Leviathan work itself out and make sure that's stable too. There's a fleet.
Yeah, that makes the most sense because Craig may think he can get a center or two, but he's not going to bounce Karthik off the top. I don't think.
Well, that was a fun one. Kevin, what's your take on this game?
Fun single game play. Good alliance in EF, which I will call it EF. I know there was some commentary saying it wasn't EF, but they didn't. They worked together the entire game. They got to an end result. The underlying power of the two was willing to accept the second place, and the top power didn't stab for an extra center, unlike my game on Wednesday.
David.
Yeah, I liked Craig's decision a lot, but mostly I just liked Karthik's play in this game. I mean, he really did well. He held back when he needed to diplomatically to try to keep Christian on side. Even when Christian moved back those units, that was because Christian was afraid that he was going to be attacked. Munich was going to get attacked and this sort of thing. And Karthik must have made it clear to Christian that he was still with him. Way to go, Karthik.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after the round 2 games, this is what our leaderboard looks like. So we've got Nicola Taille moving up, Tim Crosby, Christian Brown. So a little bit of movement there. And we will see if this has any impact on our next rounds. Taking a look at VDL 105. So we're now into our round 3 of the Virtual Diplomacy League. We've got 2 games tonight. And we're going to go ahead and give David a break and bring Brandon back onto the stream. Brandon, welcome back. And Brandon, you have definitely been hanging out with League Night now. You came in on mute.
Yes, I am back.
And I like the background. Look at that.
So the little the bright lights in the background, that is Wrigley Field. Cubs are playing tonight.
Oh, nice. Very nice. All right, 105. We've got Alina Kodeireva. Oh, wow. I am so sorry. Kodeireva. What do you know about this player and I'm so sorry for butchering that name.
Not the only Elena CHO.
KHO.
Probably Chotreva, something like that.
Thank you. See, I'll just have somebody.
Chodoreva. There you go.
Thank you for the save.
Oh, I should was I supposed to look them up?
I'm doing
no.
it.
Kevin's looking
Ukrainian football defender. There we go.
Awesome.
She played mostly local.
Cool. Awesome. So, captain of Ukraine's national team. Fantastic. All right. Well, we'll keep Ukraine in our thoughts as well. And we will look at these players. Austria, we have the return of Tommy Anderson. England, Christian Brown. France, Jason Massbaum. Germany, Jackson Roberts. Italy, Jason Bennett. Russia, Ben Kelman. And Turkey, Matthew Tonchi. We've got a group of players. I think we've seen every one of these players already today. And man, what another great board. If nothing else, the Virtual Diplomacy League has given us extremely talented player pool, and we're really lucky to be able to watch them. All right, let's go ahead and get to our moves. Brandon, I'm going to have you take the lead on this one. And here we go. Spring of 01.
All right. First thing that jumps out is the clash in the English Channel. Both Christian Brown has become an aggressive player, likes to really go for it. And Jason Massbaum is pulling out his sharp knife here, and the two of them clash. Advantage Jackson Roberts in Germany. Elsewhere, we get relatively there is an exciting moment in the East thanks to Ben Kelman in Russia getting into Galicia over Tommy Anderson. The two of them had just clashed earlier in the day as England and France. Tommy got the upper hand here. Ben Kelman gets the upper hand. Meanwhile, Jason Bennett goes to Trieste, but follows that up with Apulia, signifying likely cooperation.
So I want to know, and Ben is in the chat, and I think Tommy is still in the chat. Maybe was this agreed upon to be a DMZ or not? So if the chat can help me out with this one, I want to have some fun because this board is going to be dynamic.
It has to have been an agreed upon DMZ. Tommy, I'm sure, would have wanted to make amends, and Ben has taken advantage of that.
Yeah.
Here we go. So if there was a question about cooperation between A and I, that has been definitively answered with Jason Bennett in Italy supporting Ben Kelman into Vienna. Ben also gets Sweden. So typically Germany's nowadays only give Sweden if it looks like Russia is under some pressure in the south. So here, given that he was in Galicia, I think a lot of people might have made the bet to just bounce here. But Ben Kelman picks up 3 builds as Russia, a 7-center Russia in 01. We'll see if that comes back to bite him. In the West, we have Christian Brown getting into the channel. This is always a question when there's a bounce there. What do you do in the fall? And Jason has decided to get the 2 builds. So good negotiation between him and Jackson, and has Brest open for a build.
Yeah, I wonder if you say that, and everyone assumes, okay, the bouncing channel, you got to cover North Sea. You can't just let Denmark slip in if you wanted to. But boy, could they have really gotten to Christian early. So interesting to see if that's how Christian played it.
And the move of Trieste supporting Galicia to Vienna is diplomacy's equivalent of the pitcher hitting the baseball player.
Well, and Sami is down one because Greece got bounced because of Turkish support. Yeah.
So Tommy Anderson down to 2. This is the revenge of the Kelman.
We'll see if this one plays out better than some other Star Wars movies.
Wow. Yeah, right. You have to look at Liverpool here. Christian Brown seeing the 3 build Russia opts to drive the stake into Jason Massbaum.
As you do.
Everything's coming up Kelman.
Army Berlin instead of Army Munich? Is that the proper response to a 3-build Russia?
I think it's fine. Maybe a range of bounce in Silesia here. But Jackson clearly doesn't want to fight France. Maybe is regretting not bouncing Sweden here. So I keep going, yeah? I'm in the lead for the whole game.
Oh,
okay.
sorry. Yep.
So interestingly, Jackson does not make a play for Sweden here. So there is no plan between Ben and Jackson in Russia and Germany to take out Christian together. Often there's an agreement to swap Norway and Sweden. That's not happening, but Jackson gets into North Sea, so not good for Christian Brown, who also loses the English Channel. This could be a quick game for him. In the East, we have more dismantling of poor Tommy Anderson. This is likely to be a 2-year game for Tommy Anderson. Question is, who is this going to advantage? Kevin, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, all right. I'll pat myself on the back for the quick call of Karthik last game. I'm gonna ride Ben Kelman in this one. I think he's just gonna ride with the momentum. But I enjoy playing with Matthew. He's joined us online for a couple of our Weasels games, and maybe he sneaks out. Curious to see where Jason lays in this, but the East will top this board, is my guess.
Jason does a curious thing here. Moves Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea. It's a little hard to understand the purpose of that. Maybe he thought he might not get into Greece and wanted to deploy the fleet somewhere. To get to Tunis, I suppose. But I'll be surprised if he holds on to Greece here. That'll be one to look out for.
Well, we will call Ben Dorothy because he's riding the tornado right now.
I think he just extinguished the tornado. Snuffed it out. Thanks for playing Tommy Anderson. It actually is a feat to be eliminated as in 1902. It has happened to me once in my first tournament ever, and I actually found it a really valuable learning experience. We'll see if Tommy takes that view here. Don't know. I'd say the big news here is that Turkey does turn on Italy here. So Italy's gambit to try to get Turkey on side has failed. The question is whether Ben Kelman will stay on side as in the RT. If so, this could be just we often hear stories about the RT like rolling a board. We could be about to witness it. Jackson stabs Jason Massbaum as well. That's actually big news in the West. So fascinating board all of a sudden.
Yeah, RT ready to roll.
So the builds, it didn't look like anything too surprising there. Jackson building a fleet is interesting, given that he has just thrown his lot in with Christian. So that may signal a willingness to go against Ben Kelman. Ben, for his part, builds in Moscow. I assume hoping not to anger anybody. Ben has run out of targets, needs to pick a new one. So it's either Turkey or Germany from here. And the answer is that the RT stays together, and that army going to Bohemia is probably anti-German. Kevin, does this look like a Western triple to you all of a sudden?
A repaired one, yeah, with Jason, with Christian turning fully right around. They realize what's on the board. If I'm Ben there, you got to go Army Warsaw. You could turn south, and I know Moscow gives you some play for that, but you can't expect the West not to react to how strongly you guys were doing that there. But Silesia, Prussia, I mean, being in Bohemia, you don't have as much play. I mean, you could have had. Yeah, I'll bite my tongue for my prediction in this one. Yeah.
Well, so what we have here is the convoy of of an English army over a German fleet. So an international convoy here. Yeah, Ben probably wishes he had gone north here, St. Petersburg to Finland and Moscow, or at least just taken Norway.
Yeah, he definitely does. We said so in chat. So, yeah, I was going to mention that too. Loss of momentum and then trying to move through the middle of the board is going to be more difficult. That's the hard.
Still rolling. RT's still rolling though, so it's not like Ben's going to be worried about a whole lot. You can see though, like why Burgundy and Picardy are tapping Belgium. 3 German armies are all sitting there and supporting. So it's not like the Western Triple is fully functioning at this point. There's still a lot of tension there, and the RT, as long as they don't back out of anything, will certainly still run this.
It's a really curious thing that's happened in the West here because, I think what you want to do if you're going to try to organize the West against the East is to disentangle some fleets. They don't really do that. All they really do is move one of Christian's armies over, which just kind of leaves him more vulnerable. Interesting to see what'll happen here.
Yeah, it reminds me of a gunboat game a little bit.
Well, for me, so Sweden and St. Petersburg are gone here. The question is, although St. Petersburg can't go without also risking Norway here. What does North do? Does North cover Norway for Christian, or does it go to Edinburgh?
If I'm Germany, I convoy Belgium over to Eddie. Christian's not necessary at this point. You get Christian to attack St. Pete, work out something with Ben, and figure out a way to disentangle, and I take out Christian if I'm Germany.
And then you win the North, right? I mean, it's not a bad play. Convoying this army was not a good move for Christian Brown. Now, Matthew Tatanchi in the South suddenly has an opportunity, right? If Ben is being pushed back and contained, he's advancing at this moment. Can he break through? Does he stab? Interesting questions.
Yeah, I think the Christian's going to be in trouble because I think Jason also has an opportunity with no Italian pressure whatsoever. There's zero reason, in my opinion, to not try and make a play to get some English dots before Germany can.
And it happens. Fascinatingly, we have there's actually some slightly surprising things that happen here. So we do get the convoy into Edinburgh. So Jackson Roberts definitely takes advantage of Christian Brown here. We get, but so what happens before we turn to the South, what I want to point out is Sweden. Sweden gets dislodged, and rather than retreat to Norway, which is open, Ben retreats to the Gulf of Bothnia. I don't know if this was a mistake, if he didn't realize that Norway was open, or if this is a strategic play on Ben's part, or wanted the defensive positioning that being in Bothnia would provide. Given that in the South, he has engineered a stab of Turkey in cooperation with Jason, who is probably all too happy to join in.
Because why wouldn't? And plus, I can't tell what the orders are. What did Sweden do this time?
Sweden supported St. Petersburg to Norway. So Norway is the mover here, and it moves into St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
So it may be a little hard to realize that retreat is available, but the backstabber interface would actually list it in the drop-down box. I have to think that this was deliberate on Ben's part. I'm just not sure if it's the right move. He would have had a build coming in Warsaw, isn't that right?
Warsaw's open, Sev's open. So with Sev going to black, you could have built the second down in.
He would have been even. Now he's pulling. Actually, I think that's the yeah.
And we do see
he picked up Serbia. Yeah.
Yep.
We're having some bugginess there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I got some work to do. Yeah, I think he'd rather stay even and be in Norway here, right?
Yeah, because at this point, what do you care if England can defend against Germany? You want Germany to be focused on England. Yeah.
Yeah, and England's got units against you, so
yeah. Yeah, I mean, all right, sir. St. Petersburg is retaken this time, and Yeah, but you have to pull black. That fleet, and I don't know. Do you pull black if you're Russia?
No, I would pull Bothnia here.
Yeah.
Because you've just stabbed Turkey. You just want to drive that.
Yeah.
Or Livonia, actually, and just keep the fleet and turtle up in the north. We can move
it. I mean, I get it though. Like you've just upset the north side of the board, and you've got no one else. So it's a like this is a part of the game I struggle with again. Just I feel like I need somebody. I don't want to be out all by myself. And keeping that fleet, they're not going to work with me.
You've got Italy, and Germany is now the sort of big threat to have a big board top. So you actually do want to, but this is all why you should have just retreated to Norway. But I think you do want to keep. I think you do want to keep that fleet up there. So I probably would have pulled an army and one of the Livonia and just hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you don't even get St. Petersburg here, and you've got Germany all over you. So Germany has moved units all the way to the line. This is just devastating for Ben. He'll be able to hold on to Warsaw this year, but is going to lose that fleet now anyway. Jackson picks up Liverpool as well, has Christian working as a janissary. And I'm sorry, does North support Brest into the English Channel here?
Yeah.
All right. So Jackson is doing something that you don't often see in league games like this, where he is playing all sides at once, and it's working. So in the South, there's a bit of a dipsy doodle here. I have to assume it's all arranged, and that Italy is not going to lose. It's hard to see how Italy doesn't lose a dot here, though, now that I think about it. So Italy may have just gotten betrayed.
Yeah, they made up. I'm sure Ben went to Matthew and said, I goofed up. I'll make this right. Let's get back on board. And Matthew has no reason to say no at this point.
Well, that's why the fleet was disbanded.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this just consigns. Jackson. So okay, sorry. Let's actually call some moves out here. So Jackson Roberts, instead of dislodging the fleet in Bothnia, decides to take a stab at Warsaw. But Ben does the right defense, which is to make Livonia the mover. And as long as he did that, Jackson could not take. So I think it's better to play for position in this case, and also try to get dominance in that Baltic Sea basin. In the West, it looks like the dismantling of the English home centers continues. Jason Massbaum, with some life, gets supported into London and takes Belgium, almost certainly by arrangement. This gives Jason 2 builds, gets him off of the mat, and will give him a chance to put down some builds and actually be a player going forward. I think Jackson has given away too much here.
Yep.
I think you want to, if you're going to give away Belgium, you take Norway. Elsewhere in the South, Matthew Tatanchi rises again, takes 2 off of Ben Kelman, supports Italy into Trieste. This is a bold move by Matthew Tatanchi, one that has the potential to unsettle the board in a way that does not suit him, but it gives him a path to the board top. Oh yeah, and so Ben Kelman doesn't support hold Trieste, so that's just misorders.
Oof. Yeah, and Brandon, those were the first moves that caught me, was Bulgaria to Romania too, because sure, you pick up the dot, but you're not getting there fast. I think that I said earlier in the game, the board topper is coming from the east. That is clearly wrong now. So
I don't know. Jackson may have given away too much here.
No. Jason is my favorite at this point. Jason Massbaum, because he's got no enemies. No enemies. Jason Bennett is not moved outside of those units the whole game. I don't think he has left Tyrolia, Trieste, right? I mean, he's been in the same 6 provinces the whole game.
Well, he got into Greece for 1 turn and then got
and Tyrrhenian just to get to Tunis, but that was it.
Right. Yeah, it's been a static game by him, but Jackson, yeah, I feel for Jackson here.
What do you put down? All right, so if you're Jason Massbaum, what do you put down?
Yeah. Are you so? You definitely don't send units to the south here. Italy is valuable for you in the east. Probably Fleet Brest and Army Marseille, and try to win the British Isles.
I almost wave one, which is almost. It's only 1904, but almost put down just Fleet Brest and wave.
I think it's too. I think you're too far into the game.
Yeah.
I think you need the units.
It all depends. I mean, because Jackson's not building anything. He's only got 2 armies. By putting down another army, Marseille, it's going to alert someone. My pitch is. I want to see. I want to see it.
You have a point, actually, because what is the army Marseille going to do that Gascony can't do for you? You could go to Piedmont, but you already decided you don't want to mess with Italy. Yeah, okay. Wave, and then you can build in Brest again.
Yes, that's my pitch. I want 2 more. If I'm Jason, I want 2 more fleets up north.
Now, that said, if Belgium wasn't agreed upon, then you may have a problem.
Correct. Yes.
Belgium was not agreed upon according to chat.
Ooh, all right, there we go. All right, then Army Paris. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
I bid Army Marseille, go to Piedmont, and then see if Italy will just let you go into Tyrolean.
Oh, 2 fleets.
Already built 2 fleets.
It's Jason. Hey, you can go to Spain and Mid-Atlantic, though. It's,
This may be asking Jackson for forgiveness. So,
Yep.
Sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. And that may have been what Jason did here.
Yeah.
Which is savvy, right? I mean, it's 7-8 now rather than 6-9.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he goes south. Yeah, I'm liking Matthew Tatanchi more and more now for this board top. But I'd love to see him getting the fleet into the Black Sea rather than hitting Ionian here. So Matthew Tatanchi is getting armies. He takes Budapest, gets armies in position to take Sevastopol next year. He's getting support into Budapest from Jason, but is hitting Ionian at the same time. I'm guessing that was agreed upon, but it shouldn't have been because Jason has reasons to send fleets west, and Matthew should give him all of the opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
In the north, Jackson takes Norway. So finishing off Christian Brown is going to happen very soon. Christian Brown, for his part, supports Prussia into Livonia, and so seems to be signing his own exit plans. It's a dynamic board here. It's actually hard. Jackson may be getting the advantage again with Jason going south and Matthew not getting a fleet into black very quickly.
Yeah.
So we didn't do it in the winter, so we'll do it now. Put you on the record. Who do you like?
I'll go first because I kind of said Jason as things were turning, but I don't like this set of orders as much. But I'll stick with Jason.
I'm going to go with Jackson here. Jackson's got 2 dots in the north. That'll put him at 10. He's likely going to get Warsaw and possibly Moscow as well. And Matthew needs to move faster to get units in place to battle him for those dots. So I don't think Matthew has 12 dots to get. So.
Yeah, I agree. And so if I'm Matthew that turn, I don't want to be putting 3 on Ionian. I want to get the fleet into Khan to get into Black Sea at that point. That was a waste of 6 fleets. Oh, and he pushes them forward. Oh, man.
On the other hand, that does give him potential, access to the Italian dots. But all right, so we get a lot of movement by Jason Massbaum, who has sold out hard to the south, convoying to Tuscany. Always fun when you can do it, but also gets into North Africa. He is fully committed to the south, which gives Jackson Roberts a lot of play. Actually, Jackson can now take Belgium and go get London as well. Jackson is looking at a big board top here. If he wants to stab Jason, he's going to have to do it before Jason gets a build. But Jackson picks up 2 dots, Norway and St. Petersburg. Yeah, he's putting down 2 builds. Be really fascinated to see what he puts down. I would think 2 armies, but we'll see here.
My favorite thing about this game so far is within the span of about 4 turns, we've all been... I really like a different powers position right now. So it's been very dynamic and fun to watch.
Yeah, I agree. It's all eyes on Jackson here. All right, so 2 armies. So he's going after Warsaw and Moscow. He doesn't really need Jason's dots to top the board, but if he wants a big board top, he should get him.
Oh, they're going to be there for a little while.
All right, we have some curious things happening here. All right, let's look at the Italian peninsula. We have Jason Bennett allowing Jason Massbaum into Rome. I actually like this play because they can kick him out right away and give him and pop that unit, so it's going back. Elsewhere, we have Matthew Tatanchi convoying over. I don't love that. I don't know if it's really needed, actually, and I think that army would be better suited making its way up into Bulgaria than Romania. Really wants a fleet. You're seeing the problems of not having that fleet in the Black Sea now. It slows down his tempo. He may not even get Sevastopol now, and he's sending another unit away. Yeah, this is a recipe for Jackson Roberts. Question for Jackson. So he convoys over to Norway, probably demanded by Jason Massbaum. Does Jackson pull the trigger here? He can't take Belgium now without losing Holland. So he may have passed his opportunity to stab, but he's going to get Warsaw and Moscow. If not this turn, then next year.
Yeah, Warsaw's guaranteed. You're always still, the question is, it's going to be, okay, fine. Now that Channel, you got to figure out how to vacate north. Like, if I'm Jason, I'm saying you got to get out of north. But if I'm Jackson, I'm saying, well, you're still in English. I want to make sure this is all. You got to figure out a way to disentangle. If I'm Jackson and can figure out a way to delay that as long as I can, I have a bad gunboat story about delaying exiting North Sea, which caused a solo to be thrown. Not for me. But I believed I was in the right, and I will hope that Jackson can figure out a better way to do it than I did in that game. So, Tyrolia, just like Germany is getting everything. Munich to Tyrolia with no opposition here. Russia's helping Turkey into Galicia, but then they're bouncing in Sev. It's just RT had so much potential, and then
it's extraordinary to see how quickly it's collapsed. Isn't it?
So I do want to keep moving through these pretty quickly, but I want to pause here. Brandon, you brought up something that was interesting to me. You mentioned that you felt that the decision for Turkey to move into the Italian boot was advantage Germany. From where I'm sitting, I can see an argument. Hey, this is where my dots are. What makes you feel that way? If I'm Turkey, yeah.
Oh no, I think it's purely defensive. All he can really do is shore up Italy. I mean, he and Jason Massbaum could work out a deal to carve up Italy, but the problem is that that's only going to get him a couple dots, and it's giving Jackson Warsaw and Moscow, and possibly Vienna too now. And so, if Matthew's goal is to top the board, Jackson is the one that he needs to be fighting here. If he was going to divvy up Italy with Jason Massbaum, better to do it in the spring and just go full force on it. And Jason, maybe agrees to build in the north and helps contain Jackson, but Jason has sold out so hard to the south now. There's really not a whole lot he can do. So interestingly, we have Jackson Roberts not taking Warsaw. I suppose it was not guaranteed because Ben had 3 units on it, and Jackson hadn't gotten the army into St. Petersburg. But he does play for position and gets Galicia, so he will end up with Warsaw and Moscow, and probably will end up with Vienna too. Matthew Tatanchi does help. So I'm sorry, there is a retreat here. Oh, okay. So Tuscany. So Jason Massbaum avoids getting Rome piffed by supporting himself back into Tuscany. And Matthew Tatanchi does support Venice down into Rome and covers Trieste for Jason Bennett. Oops. Now is going to get a build. But he's lost position and also picks up Sevastopol. So he's picking up 2 here, but his position is not great. A fleet is not what you want to have in Trieste. He's lost Galicia, and that army is now piffed and has to be rebuilt. It may look okay for Matthew at the moment, but it's coming up Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, this pulls Matthew even, though. I mean, I'm a big fan of when you're closer to the chance. He doesn't have, although this will turn Jason Bennett maybe. I would love to know the negotiations where they're at now, because yeah, sure, you're covering it, but you could have bounced. You know, what was the potential? He took a stab at Vienna. He took there were ways you could have probably, if I'm Jason Bennett, I could be mad about that. And Matthew might have a response to it, but I'm still mad about it because it's my dot. So
yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Jason, so Jason pulls Venice. This is interesting.
Pro French.
He may support Apulia into Venice here, actually.
Yep.
But Ben has to pull a unit and pulls it in Vienna, which is going to go to Jackson Roberts.
Yep.
So Jason's saying Trieste was agreed.
No, okay.
So Jackson does have a bit of a decision here, which is what to go after first. He goes after Warsaw here, and this is all interesting tactical decision making. Ben and Matthew, they kind of need to. What they needed to do here was to play for position. You had to evict Galicia, had to. They have not done it and have lost Warsaw as well. So Jackson's getting exactly what he needs here, and he's going to get Moscow and Vienna. I think he can get all three, and hold on to Warsaw here. Maybe not hold on to Warsaw. That may be. There may be a bounce in Warsaw, depending on what happens here.
Oof.
So,
Oof.
All right. So I'm sorry. In the spring, I assumed there was a bounce in Venice as well, and it happens again. Yeah, it happens again in the spring, or in the fall rather. So Jason Massbaum pulls a fleet back to try to keep the burgeoning Jackson in check. Jackson picks up 2 here. Actually, could have gotten all 3 of these, and because Galicia doesn't even get tapped, could have. No, he needed to use it to tap Ukraine here. Yeah, this is Jackson's just in great position here. So he's going to pick up 2. He's going to go to 12. He's got Vienna in the bag. He can actually go after Belgium here without consequence.
Actually, I mean, you're putting down Army Munich and walking into Burgundy, right?
Going to Burgundy. So put down units in Kiel and Munich. Kiel can be a fleet if you want. Probably should be.
Yeah.
Take Belgium. Go to Holland. Pull those fleets back in the north. This could get big.
There's no solo risk though, unless somebody's angry. But
right,
yeah,
it has to be thrown. Jason's good enough to pull back here. Oh, he could. Oh no.
Oh, why stop?
No reason to. At least take Vienna, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, every center when you're board topping is 10 more points. 10's a nice number.
And I think, my goodness, he's got 2, 4, 6. He's got 6 armies over there. He could almost set up a line himself, Jackson. Yeah, that's a tough call. And also, see, the thing about a timed game too is that this game is only going to go max another 2 or 3 years. So there's little risk for Jackson here in taking Vienna and going for Belgium, and honestly making Jason pay for being too giving.
All right, so you're giving up Liverpool. That's certainly lost. So you're not even gaining it maybe, and you're like, well, can I get Belgium?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You support yourself to Burgundy is what you do, and you go to Holland.
With support from North. Barents over to Norwegian.
On the flip side, that's a lot of work, and 120 points is not a bad score for a night out. Sure, probably could have gotten a little bit more. We'll see towards the end of the season if that makes a difference, but 120 points, 12 center top, dominant performance by Jackson Robert this game.
Yeah. One more word about Matthew, though. That's a better result than I thought he was going to get from earlier on. So maybe could have been more, but still a well-played game.
I'm sad that the RT dissolved. I was interested to see how far that could go.
Yeah, me too.
Well, it is time for our final game of the night, and we've got Megan Rapinoe.
Oh, come on, Brian.
You don't know Megan Rapinoe?
I don't know any. I may know Ronaldo. I think that's the only soccer player that I know.
Megan Rapinoe is probably the most famous women's soccer player in the U.S. right now. So she plays for the U.S. women's national team. I'm not sure what professional team she plays for, but yeah, she's outspoken in support of equal rights for the women's soccer team, who had to take the U.S. The U.S. Soccer Federation to court in order to get equality, even though the team is more famous than the men's team, and I think brings in more in ad revenue for the games they play. Yeah, Megan Rapinoe is a badass.
I do know who Megan is now with that context, and this is why I'm glad Zach's picking these names. Help me. All right. Now, Austria, we've got Karthik Konath, England, Jonathan Strange, France, Ed Sullivan, Germany, Mark, Italy, Brandon Dix, Russia, Alexander Marcondes again. Good to see Alexander back. And Farron Jane joining us from Austin, Texas in Turkey. So nice lineup. Should be a good game.
Whenever Ed Sullivan and Farron Jane are on a board together, get out your box of popcorn and take a seat. Unfortunately, they are on opposite sides of the board, but I hope, suspect, predict that something interesting will happen between the two of them.
We will always a fun storyline to watch. We'll see. And we're going to go ahead and switch places here. Kevin, you can take the lead on this one and close out the night with our last game.
Oh, perfect. All right. Picardy Channel, Wales.
Wow.
Fun. Mark with no last name plays the standard. I'm good with that. Tyrolia, Apulia, and Ionian is my favorite Italian opening. Well, I mean, I guess unless the Austrians are giving me Trieste, but that no one ever gives me anything, so take it to myself. Farron, pretty aggressive, maybe. We'll see. I don't know Alexander other than in that first game, so interesting. I'll be curious to see how RT plays out, and of course, bounce Galicia to fairly standard East.
You know, the Sevastopol to Romania is not a great way to get an RT started. It is an interesting way to get an ART started. If you're Turkey, you don't want an army in Romania. You don't want a fleet in Romania if you're trying to break Austria open. But if you're trying to keep Austria comfortable, then this is an interesting way to go. So, I'm sorry. Go to the fall here.
Well, I'm not sure, but Armenia to Sev unopposed while getting bounced out of a convoy to Sweden. Oh, that was supposed to be an Armenia bounce. See, I messed that up on Wednesday, so it's not hard to do. But yeah, but Armenia and Romania are.
It was an Armenian bounce in the spring, and now there's a position change, and maybe Farron's just taking advantage of the new position.
Yeah, but all right. So my argument on Wednesday was I totally wrote the wrong unit. I know what I was thinking, but clicking it on Backstabber, you really got to be pretty direct about Romania and Armenia. So
I don't think that the move to Romania was a mistake. I don't have any insight. But I think that was
not a misorder in any case.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the clarification. Yes.
They've been a strategic mistake. But
Picardy convoys to London. My guess is Wales was assuming to ride the channel to Belgium, which didn't happen. And then I like an EF opening where North, I'll stop Holland from getting it. We'll bounce them out of Belgium. Great, slows down Germany, but you got to make sure that you get yours too. So that's rough. And then Tyrolia to Bohemia is just fun. So I can't wait to see what Brandon does with that.
Yeah. Masterful diplomacy here by Ed Sullivan. This is you just don't see this happen. That if France makes the channel and then convinces England to do moves that allows a convoy right into London, devastating for Jonathan.
Yeah, like is Picardy supporting Wales in? Is that the promise?
Yeah, and convoying English Channel is going to convoy it, and I suppose that's what Ed sold Jonathan.
Yeah, all right. And I'm not picking on Jonathan here, but is it realistic to think in fall 1901 that someone is willing to use 2 of their 3 units on the board to help you get 1 center? I'm not picking. I don't know what was said. I don't know what the plan was, but take the names off the thing and to think about, was someone really going to give you that much help to get you 1 center? So.
Meanwhile, by the way, Alexander is having fun here. Open to Livonia. We let that one slide and now tries to convoy into Sweden. It gets bounced. So Alexander with a rough 0-1 here.
Yeah, and Farron's pointing out the German's player is Josh.
Josh Hennessy. That is.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was.
He's from Australia. Yeah, it was like 5 a.m. local time when he started.
Yeah, this was a last-minute switch. I knew about it, and I didn't get a chance to put it in.
Awesome.
And one more word about Megan Rapinoe is that she started her career with the Chicago Red Stars. So more Chicago.
Nice. Fantastic. All right, so this has the appearance to me of 2 of the school bullies picking on the rest of the class, and Farron and Ed taking advantage of some situations.
Both of them got an army into a neighbor's home center
Yes.
in 01.
And I feel bad for Alexander and Jonathan, but it is kind of curious to see how it's going to turn out.
One note as we see the builds, we did not mention Karthik's name at all in spring or fall. So
I'm interested to see how Karthik reacts here. So I'm sorry, you're doing the units.
Oh yeah. 2 fleets for Turkey. That's about as interesting. And second, with an Italian army in Bohemia, Germany builds Army Berlin.
This looks like an AstroTurk in the making to me. Mark is got away with leaving Munich open, and probably isn't going to get away with it again.
Hey, the convoy works. Livonia does make Sweden this time, and will be safe because Denmark makes the North Sea. So Jonathan is paying the price for just listening to Ed Sullivan. Quicker way is just walk out of the room, Jonathan. Ed's making fantastic progress elsewhere, though, putting armies up that way. Josh is getting Belgium. We'll keep that for sure. Karthik is walking into Venice, which we didn't see how that, with Bohemia going to Silesia.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Brandon Dix or Alexander Marcondes. It is looking good for the AstroTurk, and that probably is good for Ed Sullivan, to be honest.
So, I mean, here we are, fall 1902. If nothing changes, we're likely to see 3 powers rapidly growing and filling a vacuum of other weak powers. Is there one that has an advantage over the others?
Yeah, I don't want to count Josh Hennessy out either here. Josh is definitely a player and has a really big decision to make here. Actually, could actually turn on Ed if he wanted to. I think, want to be Farron Jane on this board right now, with the one caveat that Karthik Kanath is not an easy person to take advantage of. So Karthik will demand good terms in negotiations between the two of them. Kevin, who would you want to be?
Well, after seeing these, no, I'll stick with Ed. My question before these got shown were, what was Silesia going to do? And my guess was going to be Warsaw, because why not? And so it goes. I would prefer to be Ed because, yes, Karthik and Farron against each other in the East. And no offense to Jonathan or Josh, but neither of them are as high caliber as the two battling each other in the East. So Farron getting to Apulia in fall of 1902. I don't know how often I see that. Romania vacated, so Turkey gets the build there. Austria's building. I mean, this game could be 11-11, 11-1 by 1904.
I want to give Josh Hennessy. I want to see how he plays this. I don't think it's going to be that easy for Ed in the West.
And in a battle of heavyweights, sometimes it is the smaller powers who end up making the difference. Yeah. So we'll see.
And hey, Jonathan Strange got a build here. So, Ed's assault on, I mean, I think we're going to end up with a Western triple here, to be honest. Ed doesn't have a good play on the rest of the English centers. Josh Hennessy and Germany doesn't appear that interested in going after England. So the West is going to stall here.
And that's probably the right move for Josh to not go after England in this case, right?
It's a good question. I don't know. Josh needs growth because those Austrian armies are going to need something to do next. And if Karthik can negotiate a good DMZ with Farron, then those armies will end up at his doorstep. So Josh needs a growth play at some point quickly.
I mean, Karthik gets guaranteed Moscow and Warsaw this year, right? I assume Silesia is the one that's pulled.
Moscow for sure. Brandon's probably pulling Silesia here. Josh Hennessy should be able to get units over to at least keep Warsaw purple. Does he want to?
Yeah, but if Silesia's pulled, he supports himself into Warsaw, and then there's 3 on Moscow unopposed in the fall. So how Karthik and Farron rearrange their units together, I just want to see them keep moving as fast as possible.
No surprises here. I could have made an argument for Jonathan Strange putting down an army just to be a good soldier, but yeah, Ed puts down the fleet in Marseille. So I think we're going to see a bid for Western Triple here.
Yep.
And that's what we get. It'll be interesting to see if Jonathan, who takes London here, walks out of that so that Ed can rebuild it as a fleet in the south. That would be a good negotiation and just the sort that Ed likes to do. Meanwhile, the AT does get Warsaw and Moscow. Because Russia and England are fighting each other. So,
and it's Turkey taking Moscow.
Yeah.
Austria.
Yeah.
But
I was going to say the trade could have been Greece. It could have been who gets which units. I mean, I probably prefer this split if I'm Karthik. And then Karthik also gets Rome,
exactly.
As there was only so much Italy could do to stop 3, 4, 5 units coming its way.
Yeah, the AT is working in perfect tandem here. Farron is likely only to build fleets as long as she wants to stay in the alliance. And Karthik is going to build armies, and they can set up really good borders. This AT could go to the end of the game.
Efficient use of blowing up London. I assumed London was the fleet was going to walk out. I didn't assume Wales was going to follow it back in, though. So that can't make Ed terribly happy.
It's probably fair since England was losing St. Petersburg. So,
yep.
And Ed keeps that fleet back in the Mid-Atlantic delightfully. Because these alliances have moved, because the AT has moved as quickly as it has, this game could lock up very quickly. And then it's just going to be a question of whether the AT breaks. Looking at Farron Jane's builds here. Does Farron put down an army? What's his hardest decision of the game?
This was Germany, and I don't remember in regard to which comment. I didn't see it quick enough. It was only 2 minutes ago. So
that was probably when we were talking about, are you attacking or
England?
Yeah. Builds.
Does Farron put down an army? I I assume not. I assume if Farron's going to move on Karthik, she's going to try to get his units further out of the way first. But you've got a 3-way alliance in the west. None of them can really get a lot of dots.
I'll say if Army Fleet for Farron. Army Ankh Fleet Smyrna.
All right.
I do not make a play to attack Austria here if I'm Farron.
No, I don't think so either. But Moscow is vulnerable, and you got to be able to convoy, retreat to Ukraine, get to Sev. You got to be able to put some. You need, I know the deal with Austria, but you got to have enough to be productive.
Yeah, I do build an army for sure, though.
Yeah, and you can make the argument it needs to go to Sev. Yep. Love it.
Oh, I forgot about them pulling. I forgot Russia had to pull. Either way, I'm still building this, though.
Yeah, no, it's the right call. And Karthik really can't argue too much about it, especially with these units moving up the boot. This is kind of amazing, actually. You've got 3 Turkish fleets already at Ionian or West in the spring of 1904. Ed Sullivan decides to take the dot, pops that fleet in Tunis. There could be some real wheeling and dealing going on between Farron, Karthik, and Ed right now. Ed could be really, but all 3 of them could be trying to look ahead and see, read the tea leaves and see who can take advantage of some chaos. I like this play by Ed, but he needs another fleet down there ASAP.
If I had the highlight button, I know all 3 of us like to, play around with the mouse. I would be highlighting the convoy to Denmark.
I assume that is agreed upon.
Yeah.
And I presume it's going to make its way. I think you'd rather put it in Norway, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I hate being in England in this position because you have really nowhere to go. But yes, getting the convoy and then getting the fleet around Sweden, getting into Bothnia that time would have been more effective on taking St. Pete and locking up that line for your dot. But
yeah, what happens? What happens to Denmark? I mean, because if Germany, you don't want to be giving away dots here.
No, but that's also where you've got some emotion that could come play based off of decisions like that. The question that I had was the play at Piedmont. My temptation would have been to just hold in Piedmont rather than moving forward. Do we feel like that risk of moving into Turolia? I mean, I love being in Turolia, don't get me wrong, but is that worth it?
I'm going to say no. I think one big problem, so it's likely to get blown up right away, which is actually fine if you're looking for possibilities for a strategic realignment. The problem is you really want another fleet in that Mediterranean basin, and you could have opened up Marseille safely if you had held on to Piedmont. You can't do that now.
North of Belgium. Jonathan rising from the dead, and then
Jonathan Strange has made this is a move, ladies and gentlemen. This is a move. Has held on to Denmark, taken Belgium, and taken St. Petersburg. Jonathan Strange will be putting down 3 units here. Clearly was not anticipated by Josh Hennessy, who could have covered those, who could have retaken Denmark and covered Belgium. Didn't do any of them. Has a sad unused convoy from Denmark to Livonia. And elsewhere we have Farron Jane getting another fleet into the western central Mediterranean basin. That is Rome, Naples, Tyrrhenian Sea, and Ionian, and is picking up a build off of Karthik Kanath by staying in Rome. Karthik has lost an army in Bohemia, so will not be able to rebuild it. This is quite a turn. I don't think that Farron is looking to stab Karthik here, but that's interesting. Advantage Farron Jane, who now will be topping the board, and it's hard to see Farron losing it.
Yeah, and Ed's getting 2, the rebuild, and then the pickup of Tunis. So there's no threat. EF can push up quickly. Karthik didn't lose. Maybe he knew Bohemia was going to get popped. They gambled on it and says, all right, if I lose it, I lose it.
I would, if I'm Karthik, I'm wanting to get something in return here. Maybe Bulgaria.
Well, as a follow-up, though, Karthik played in round 2 and had, 13, 12, whatever he stopped at. So he's already had one great round today. So go back to the initial segment of your desire to win this game. Maybe he doesn't have that same, as pushing for every dot in this one. Just
perhaps
balance of power more so than.
But Jonathan Strange going for it. What does Strange put down? And
that's a good question. That's a good. All right, wait. What do you? I want to think about it for a second. You can talk better than I can.
I would put down 2 fleets in an army. So London, Eddie, fleets, army, Liverpool. It's nice to have armies, but you can't do anything with them in the spring. You need to have units that get into the water. Denmark is going to get popped here. You want to make sure that you can consolidate some sort of gains. You're going to need fleets to do it.
Yeah.
Your target in that case being Germany, because you need Ed's fleets to hold back Farron.
And Ed's going to want a piece of this as well. Ed's not going to want you just taking apart Germany without him getting any benefit.
So Army Paris.
Army Paris, Fleet Brest. I think that's what you have to do. Yeah. But Ed has a real problem now. So we were asking for Farron and Ed drama in this game. Yeah. We have it.
I was going to bring that up. That when you were talking about the speed of Farron moving through the mud, that's just because we've got Ed Sullivan sitting there. So.
Farron has been a guided missile towards Ed Sullivan.
Yes. And perhaps Karthik recognized that potential and was willing to trust more, knowing that. So,
but Ed can't hold on to the Tunis now. He's going to lose it. He's going to lose the whole Eastern Med. This is all good news for Farron Jane.
Yeah. So Ed he's got the units to hold Iberia, assuming Jonathan doesn't do anything, but not getting anything else.
Yeah, if I were him, I'd be making an argument that I get Belgium and I help you against Germany and Munich.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do if you're Karthik Kanath at this point? The thing you couldn't do was fall behind Turkey. And in AT, Austria cannot fall behind Turkey.
I just run it. Germany's weakening. I can get armies up there.
But then if you're Farron, you have to stab, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm an alliance player.
All right. We've got
look at this. Denmark to Prussia.
Convoyed in there.
Love it.
So maybe Jonathan Strange said, Josh Hennessy said, you know what? More power to you, but you're not going to get any further here. Help me get to the line.
That's great negotiation, though, by those two. I mean, there's no reason for them to work together, and this is a great set of orders.
Yeah, I love it.
Well done.
Jonathan does something else interesting here. Moves London to Wales, which is likely going to the Irish Sea here and providing support for Ed. They will be able to set up a line now. They probably could have anyway, but now Ed doesn't have to worry about if one of his fleets gets disbanded.
Yeah.
In the east, Karthik sends all of his units to the line, and Farron gets her units up into place. This is just great. This is really great for Farron. I would love to be Farron in this situation. Although I'm a little worried now that Farron might have sequestered too many units west of the Italian peninsula.
Yeah, this seems in a position to draw because if someone stabs, the whole thing blows up, and there's no reason why. No, who's gaining the most by any stab at this point? Because Karthik turns right around. Ed's in no position. Jonathan, maybe Jonathan plays it out and lets things kind of squander a little bit.
A couple items from chat I'll pull up here. First, all trial votes failed, so keep an eye for there. But this is one.
So far, or the whole game?
Yeah, there's 3 draw votes, but
Oh
this
my
time,
gosh.
By fall of 05, come
Yes.
on. We're here to play diplomacy,
I
folks.
also would veto that, even if I was going, my position was going to get worse. But this is the one I wanted to highlight. Forgiveness was really a case of it was a good stab, fair play. Let's move on and focus on the bigger issue. We did talk about emotions. We've talked a lot about revenge and things like that. This kind of attitude is admirable, and I think we need to encourage that and respect that. You shouldn't let yourself get taken advantage of, but respect good play and find a way to move on and maximize your potential from that position rather than allowing your emotion and desire to hurt your position.
This is a great play by both of them, I should say, because Josh, if Josh keeps fighting Jonathan, he's just going to get eaten up by Karthik from behind. Probably was able to sense that in negotiation. Jonathan couldn't really was going to get pushed back actually, and was going to have to sort of take a step back to take 2 steps forward. Meanwhile, Karthik was going to secure the German centers in the home. So this benefits both of them, but it doesn't mean that there won't be future conflict between them in this game.
The other thing, again, this is not my strong point. I'm still trying to improve my stalemate lines and stuff, but getting the army into Prussia here with the fleet support, that is going to really slow down Austria and Turkey and perhaps create some frustration there.
Not as much as you might think, actually. Yeah. Because Burgundy needs to be used to support Munich. If they can do that, then they can hold on to Prussia.
Burgundy and Kiel get Munich, and Baltic gets Berlin. Prussia is more offensive than defensive there.
Yeah, it shouldn't end up mattering a whole lot unless there's a strategic realignment. Offense wins the day here. If you are Karthik Khaneth, this is not something that you want to allow to happen. This is an impressive move by the EG here to get into Silesia. I don't even think there's a real point for it, to be honest. Karthik could have supported Silesia from Bohemia, but instead is pulling units back here. Interestingly, the move to Vienna, I suppose it's to open up space for Farron to get yet another fleet onto. There's now a fleet in Piedmont.
Well, you need 5. You need 5 to break it, and it seems the goal from the beginning of the game was to get Turkish fleets west quickly.
I think what we're seeing here is tactical genius.
Yeah,
this is good stuff.
They moved every turn. The fleets have moved every turn. It's been yeah.
But is it too slow? I would have thought she would have gotten into Lyon by now.
No, this is the stronger. You got to get the one in Rome. I'm sorry, no, the Rome's fine. They got the 5. Well, they got to. Where is it? It's Lyon. Lyon is advanced this turn.
Yeah, Lyon's guaranteed.
Yeah,
but Tyrrhenian Sea will probably get lost if there is and it might even get popped if Rome doesn't move out or if Tuscany's left open. It's full commitment by the AT. The only hiccup now is that you've got this army in Galicia that could slip into Romania, but Karthik really doesn't have much incentive to stab.
No, Tyrrhenian doesn't get popped. Ionian taps Tunis. Tyrrhenian goes into Lyon with the other 2. Marseille has to tap it, but then they're guessing.
To guarantee it, Tyrrhenian has to tap West, and then Piedmont has to be the mover into Lyon.
Yeah,
because of Marseille. So if Ed is playing good defense here, he will take Tyrrhenian Sea, and if Rome doesn't retreat to Apulia, then it'll get popped.
There you go.
All right, Ed doesn't play good defense here.
Ed and I share an affinity for mildly understanding the tactics of this phase of the game. Strength is in other areas.
Lyon was going to get tapped. I mean, better to use it as a mover, especially if you've got these other fleets coming down to help you out.
And Karthik and Farron on the other side making those choices too.
Yes, but they get back into Silesia, which was not Did they have 4 on Silesia? Oh, they did, actually. So this is a good retreat. We get an army into St. Petersburg now, which is useful for forming a line. Jonathan Strange, man. This is an impressive game. Jonathan Strange now holds a lot of cards.
All right, so fall of 1906, we've got Austria and England both at 7. Turkey is in the lead, Jane at 9. This game is a lot closer than I thought it would be and a lot more dynamic. So once again, another fun game from our players.
Oh, out of breast.
Yeah, so we have Jonathan Strange either going for it or working with Josh Hennessy. Be interesting to know. No, this was not. They're not working together. I thought maybe Denmark could be arranged, but given that Prussia taps Berlin here, which allows Karthik in, so the game has just exploded wide open here.
This is great.
This is nuts. And so the West. The West is a cluster now. They have basically all turned on each other except for Ed, who I presume sniffed this out, and that's why he's retreated all the way. Gives up on Tunis, which Farron gets. Karthik gets an army in Munich to balance things out between the two of them. I mean, Farron's still ahead. This game is all Farron. And now if you're Farron, you do have to kind of wonder what you do need Karthik for. I hate to say it.
Oh.
10 center board top.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to let you give first thoughts here. Right result?
Yeah. Nothing wrong. The strongest alliance, which never wavered, pushed through, and there was clearly no incentive to rush for more. Again, I won't speak to no Karthik's mind, but a big result earlier in the day, and takes a little ease off. You don't need to be pushing for a big one. Would it have been different if Karthik got eliminated in the first one? Does that change the dynamic in this game? I don't know. The dynamic of Ed and Farron, was that the goal? Hey, Karthik, let me get fleets into Mid-Atlantic by 1907 or 8 would be fun. But you could pitch those. I mean, not saying take the dynamic out of it. That's something we talked about Christian Brown. Like, you could come up with you can go to your neighbor before spring 1901 negotiations and say, I've got an idea about this. And if someone who's open-minded to a single game of diplomacy says, yeah, I could play along with that, that's what you can get. And maybe Karthik and Farron agreed to it. I think Farron put in the comments that there was supposed to be a bounce in Armenia in spring 01. Russia didn't follow through on it. She goes to Karthik in fall 01 and says, can we just, work together and be efficient? And that's just see, that's the thing, is you don't need to push for every dot every single time. Sometimes playing the longer term alliance game will mean, more than, unilaterally not agreeing to end of game agreement that some people, deal with at a bar game in Chicago on Wednesday.
There is, when you're playing in a league, you're going to see the same people over and over again. So there is definitely a lot of value in cultivating relationships. And Farron talked about punishing Karthik for working with her. I mean, it's that's definitely a diplomatic way to put it. Another way to put it is taking advantage of somebody who left themselves too wide open.
So Brandon, hang on that, because my comment was going to be, Brian, can you pull that map back up? This is a situation where Karthik has enough armies, and now there's total chaos in the West. Karthik has enough to pull back around. I mean, even if Farron puts down an army there, what could have been done different in fall 06 where Farron could have stolen another center, or was Venice doubtable?
Warsaw. I mean, I don't know if Greece was there. But look, there's also the Iberian centers here. Right. This game could go another 4 years. And, Karthik may be fine helping you get an even bigger board top. I guess the worry that you'd have as this game goes on is that the more armies Karthik gets, the more chance Karthik has to stab you. The question is whether a 10 center board top is really a big enough bird in the hand to say that it's worth it. Given that there are less games this year in the VDL, that might just be good enough. On the other hand, you may be sitting here in December looking back and, wishing you had 30 more points.
Yeah, but all right. So if this draw vetoes finally now, the West is probably all in favor of it. I mean, even Jonathan can't be feeling too happy about, what he's going to have to deal with after attacking Ed. And if Ed just says, look, we're going to give the East more dots and your center count is, you're going to be giving more tribute here, you don't get anything for it. So Karthik at some point, says, all right, I'm fine with 10-8. But if this says no, then I'll fight you for any more. Like, all right, 11-9. He's keeping that score close. So that's.
Let me go back to the spring here for fall. If we're really going to talk about possible stab opportunities, so if you have confidence about what Karthik's moves are here, you've got Warsaw, you've got Greece, and you've got Venice as well. That gets you to 13 right away, and you can convoy. It'll take you a little bit to get more armies into place, but Ukraine could drop to Romania. No, you could devastate. You could end up on like 16, 17. That's a lot of points.
Well, it was a lot of fun, and we do not have to call it a night quite yet. We've got a guest joining us in studio, Jackson Roberts. Welcome to the stream.
Jackson.
Hello.
So, Jackson, we're going to take a look at your game from earlier.
I saw a head shake already.
It was a good game. I really enjoyed that game, actually.
Yeah, so did we. It was a lot of fun to broadcast. We're always grateful for the chance to do that. So just as a quick recap, let me make sure I'm pulling up the right game here. And we've got, so pull it up on screen. So Jackson, this is how we ended this, ended by draw vote. Let's go ahead and start at the beginning of the game and just have you kind of walk us through and give us a player's perspective of how this game went down. So we'll start in we'll start in 1902. What was your thought in this section of the game?
Yeah, so I actually like this turn. My original conversation was with Jason, and he was like, well, you can probably just sneak in a north. And then I immediately went and had a conversation with Christian, and he said, yeah, you should go to north to back me up, kind of thing. So I was like, well, I'm going to north. And at that point, I went and talked to Ben, and I was like, hey, I'm probably going to turn a little bit on Jason here because me and Christian are going to work this out. We're going to be in a fine position, really just for me, though. And I felt great about that. Although I know that I was probably expected to move out of Ruhr here. So there were not a lot of things that were like agreed upon throughout this game between me and France, but there were also not a lot of things we generally fought on.
Was there a moment in this game where you feel like it was like the key moment for you?
I mean, and you guys called it out on the stream. I was so terrified of Fleet Marseille, Fleet Brest, Fleet London, France. I really thought that my game was just going to tank here. And I played through it a ton of times of what he could get if he really went for it. And in the end, I think both me and Jason came to the conclusion that really he was going to get Liverpool, and then we would probably fight for eternity over maybe one or two more centers.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the very end?
Yeah.
I mean, like the point that I was like, I'm either going to top this board or I'm not going to top this board, was whether or not Jason sent all three fleets south.
Yeah.
Go back to that turn where Jason went south, because that was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. This here.
Yeah. Yeah, how did you? So, what were the negotiations like? Was because I actually thought Jason was not going to do this. I thought this was the only thing Jason wouldn't do. So, how did you get him to do it?
I mean, I think that really this was like, I don't know that I talked Jason into doing this. I feel like Jason had already been on the idea that there wasn't really a stab open here. Like I don't know that I really put much into this. I was just super on the, we're gonna break through this line. Turkey's going to keep stabbing Ben Kelman. Like there's going to be bad things happen in the East. You're eventually going to get all of Italy. We can play this out. Because we had like 4 hours left in this game at this point. Like we're in 1905, but we were only 2.5 hours in, maybe. So we had a lot of game left to play. And so it was more just there's a lot left for us to get. And you might get 1 off of me, but you can probably get 4 off of Italy if we play it all the way there.
That's a good argument. I mean, it ended up working out, right?
I mean, he never ended up getting anything, but it did work out.
It was a good argument. It seemed like you were kind of just playing all sides the whole game. Like you managed, like you kept going back and forth between England. You managed to get England to convoy an army over when it wasn't really needed. And then you ended up with all of England's dots for the most part. And also with Ben, it seemed like sometimes you were helping him and other times you weren't. How did you play all sides and get away?
I was absolutely on Jackson Roberts' side this whole game and nobody else's side ever once. And it was just all convincing everybody else that Jackson Roberts' side was their side as well. And I mean, it worked. Like this turn specifically, this is another one of those like really big turns where Ben goes on to stab Turkey. And the reason that happened, and Ben said this in the chat, is because I go to Ben in the last 2 minutes. I took up his whole last 2 minutes and said, I am going to support St. Pete to Norway. It'll bounce. You'll keep all your home centers. You'll be just fine. It'll look a lot prettier for you. I'm still going to take Sweden, but like you're going to end up in a much better position because you won't be losing your big, this is my line center. And it was, I don't know, there's a lot of pressure. And Ben had been talking the whole game about, there's a lot going on. You got to talk to all the sides of Russia. So there was a lot going on in this game. And it was really, I was talking to 3 people. Ben was talking to 5. And it was about trying to keep this balance of power alive. Because, I mean, there was a big, scary Russian on 7, which I had nothing to do with in 01.
Well, except you let him into Sweden.
Yeah, sure. I think it's the rest of the board's job to make it so that Sweden is okay, not Germany's job to make it so that Sweden doesn't happen.
So fall of 03 here, we were eagerly anticipating this turn. Kevin predicted Belgium to Edinburgh. It happened. And you got, and Christian moved his unit further away. How was Christian angry about this?
I mean, for sure. Yeah, no, this was not a happy moment. I honestly, I will say this. I lied to Christian probably 8 times in a row right here. And I said a lot of words and it was all lies and it was all terrible. And that's just how it played out. Because I mean, the other thing is, what do you do from this position? Like if I'm in Christian's position, I'm making just about the same orders. I'm looking to survive somewhere. And like, that's just how the game went. Like I probably do very similar things here.
It's good to file away.
And it's just hard when you're in this fight.
All right. So
it paid off, and like you took the risk and you took advantage, and it paid off, and it was impressive to watch.
Okay, can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
So you told us in the chat that so the turn where Jason takes Belgium, you said that this was not agreed upon, and it seems to me that you're managing your response to this was a really key element of your winning this, because you easily could have reacted badly. So in light of tonight's theme, which is how emotions play into the game of diplomacy, can you tell us what your emotions were like at that point? Were you angry? Did part of you want revenge?
So I mean, I'm not like I play very turn to turn based. I don't Like, I don't really play based on like this person just stabbed me, now I'm going to turn on them. But I mean, even this, like I say, it wasn't agreed upon. We talked a lot about how I wanted to keep Belgium because I felt like I wanted another army. And Jason was like, you can't have that because then we'd be 9-7 and that's or 9-6 and that's terrible. And the reality is Jason took this in the nicest way possible. Like, supporting Burgundy to Belgium is the easiest way to like say, I'm not going to continue attacking Germany after this. And then he built 2 fleets. It was kind of the same as when I took Belgium the first time and then I built a fleet Kiel. I was saying, I'm not continuing into France. I just wanted this one because I have something else to do. So I just like, I don't know. I don't really let that stab hit me really hard. I mean, if someone stabs me for 3, obviously I'm going to move back. But this was there's no reason to attack Jason here. In fact, I think it would have been catastrophic for my game if I had, and really good for Turkey and maybe also Jason if I had gone for it, depending on how well other people work it out. I was very focused on the East at this point.
So the game ends in 1907, spring of 1908 draw. Was there any thought of continuing? Did you feel like this was it?
So I had decided a while before this that I was like, if I get to 12, I'm taking a draw 100%. I'd been talking with Turkey for a while about whether they were cool with that. I was trying to get them to let me into Vienna because 13 is better than 12, but it wasn't the kind of thing that I was willing to give up Galicia in this moment, where he wasn't viewing that as a stalemate line position. So I was happy to keep this. And then looking at this, I was like, well, if I would have gone last turn, I would have moved to Norwegian and Baltic. So I would have had a better position to start moving. But really, when I was looking at it after, and I was imagining that I had moved like that, I thought, I probably get Belgium because I am a riskier man than the broadcast was. I would have just walked straight into Belgium here because I'm sure Jason Massbaum would have walked into Picardy to save Paris and Brest. Like, I'm sure that he was going to go for, I'm going to set this line at Marseille, Paris, and Brest. I'm going to keep them. So I might have gotten London, Belgium, and Vienna, and then lost Liverpool, which is, +2. Okay, I go to 14. And then my opinion was that Turkey is going to take Venice, Naples, Rome, and Tunis. And that puts them at 14. And the line being how it is, they can also take Vienna. So I was like, with 2.5 hours left, like a legitimate 2 full game years, maybe 3, I could either score 140 at most or like 63 at worst. Mm-hmm. And one of those, like, risk reward was just not in it for me here. I also played this morning and I was tired. But.
Yeah. And that's part of the I won't say that's emotion, but that's a absolute factor in the game. That's part of the human side of this game.
12 is a good board top too.
Yeah,
it's not a monster, but it's good.
I will say I was following scores up to this point. I think this puts me in a pretty okay position.
Well, we are about to find out, so we'll say farewell. Jackson, thank you so much for joining us. I love when we have the opportunity to hear from the players in the game. I always learn from that, and it's always a pleasure to be able to talk to you. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Congrats, Jackson. Good job.
All right. Well, let's find out what everybody is still hanging on for. Let's see how our standings play out after the end of our July Virtual Diplomacy League games. And we see Nicolas Taillet first place, Timothy Crosby in second, Jackson Robert does leapfrog Christian Brown into third. Rounding out the top 7, Farron Jane, Jason Bennett, and John Anderson. Jason Massbaum, Karthik Koneth, and Wes Ketchum still knocking at the door. We will be posting full standings on the Virtual Diplomacy League website, diplobn.com/VDL. You can check that out. Kevin just threw up the like and subscribe reminder for the folks of you that stuck around for our after action segment. Please, if you've not already done so, give the show a like. Hit that little alarm bell so you get notified when we go on air. And thank you for participating in chat, comments. Yep, check out that little. Yep. And all of that stuff does help the algorithm recommend this to other players, helps the community grow, and results in more league games. There you go.
Like buttons right here. Okay.
We're all experts at this YouTube thing, that's this fad that's been going on. So Kevin, thank you for joining us. Brandon, really appreciate it. Had a great time on air. Say thank you to Sabi and David for helping us out with the Nexus Press League. Go sign up for some league games, folks. Go play some games. Get the virtual Summer Classic coming up. That'll be a good one for everybody. Maybe just want to get a game or two in. Don't have to stick out the whole thing. Get in your reps, qualify for the DBNI, and yeah, it'll be a good time. Thanks to Zachary Moore for being the commissioner of the Virtual Diplomacy League, putting this great event together. I love the quality of players that have developed in this league. I learn every single time I watch, and it was good to see some new faces coming in as well. I'm going to let everybody give one final thought before we close out the show. Brandon, I'll start with you.
It's sharkier play. It's just sharkier play than it was last year. We're not seeing shared board tops. When Farron and Karthik are like the carry berryest, event of the night, then that means we've reached a level of like shark attack. And you saw with Nicola and Jackson, like people who were playing at top level and going for it. Great to see.
Kevin.
Yeah, we're July. We're about halfway through now. I think we got 5 under our belt. No, March, April, May, June, July. Yeah, we're halfway home. This is, I think, when Brandon, you got your solo right around this time last year. Nicola was in September, October, right around there too. So it's been sharky already. It's going to pick it up in the second half. There's lots of diplomacy to play. Go rewind this. Click the QR codes. A lot coming up, and we don't talk about it in person all that much, but a lot of good tournaments on the ground too. So that's the big one. Brian brought it up. Summer Classic. There's 6 rounds. There's no excuse for why you can't find time for one unless you're completely offline for the weekend. Which, okay, fine, but still a lot to play, and it was a lot of good games tonight. Thanks for letting me join some fellow weasels here, and we'll see you guys pretty soon.
All right. Well, and thank you all for watching once again. And go sign up for some games, play some leagues, join some clubs, play some face-to-face, play some virtual, play extended deadline, play some gunboat. Check out the new web dip. What are they calling it? Blitz Press or it's a new format that they're playing basically live press games.
Oh, Speed Press.
Speed Press. There we go. Yeah. But lots of ways to get involved, and we look forward to seeing each of you on a diplomacy board soon. Have a good night.